Oh, wonderful. I'm here with TBT Engineering.
Oh, okay, great.
And you were?
So would you be doing this on the camera?
Oh, I went to the camera working in your business. I'm sure you heard it already. Just reintroduce myself. Have you guys been
Just
doing
for
this
the
for
first
years? Is this
transition.
first year?
It's all times going to talk and then
I'm replacing someone else. Yeah, it's my first year. I'm kind of taking the reins from this point forward. Yeah. So it's my first in many years, hopefully.
I've done this for a lot of years.
Oh, wonderful.
A lot. Judy, a lot.
I'm glad I'm sitting beside you then. First time I see? Of course, yes.
How many years, Salt, have we been doing this? A long time. Gee,
Oh, I've been doing this since 2000.
2000, and I was here before you.
Yeah, exactly. 1 year at least before me.
I heard a rumor this can go until midnight. Is that true?
Oh, yes.
11 o'clock.
Make good notes so that we don't dilly-dally on the decision making. Write down your thoughts.
Okay, so let's get going. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today from all over Canada. My name is Sultan Siddiqui, and I'm the Program Director at Shad Lakehead. I welcome all of you online and here with us today to Lakehead University campus in the Advanced Technology and Academic Center. So today is an exciting day at Shad Lakehead for our students who have spent the last 4 weeks working diligently on creating innovative products for the Shad Valley Entrepreneurship Cup. Shad Cup is an integral part of the Shad Valley program, and this year's theme is Living Large with a Small Footprint. Shad Cup has allowed the students to demonstrate their knowledge and passion for science, technology, and entrepreneurship, while enabling them to think creatively and critically about the world that we live in today. So before we start our presentations, I want to welcome the 4 experts who will be judging the groups. So I'll start with Mani. Mani Ahlawan is from TVD Engineering, and he's an expert in marketing, public relations, and strategic planning. TVD Engineering is Northwestern Ontario's largest independently owned multidisciplinary consulting firm. So sitting beside Mani is Judy Standard. Judy is a manager at the Northwestern Ontario Innovation Center. Ms. Standard has played a critical role at Shad by bringing her expertise in business development and planning, and we are honored to have her with us today. And sitting beside Judy is Joe Moses. Joe is from the RBC Royal Bank. Mr. Moses has had an array of experiences in understanding competitive market analysis, branding, and social responsibility. And then last but not least, we are joined by Madhura. Madhura Moshansky is an account manager at the Business Development Corporation of Canada. A Lakehead University alumni herself, Ms. Moshansky assists with offering entrepreneurs small businesses loans and other flexible financing options on their commitments. So next is, I'd like to introduce our announcer for tonight is Kathy Koo. Kathy is serving as our faculty, our residential faculty member this year. Ms. Koo has been delivering lectures on social entrepreneurship, which has provided our students with another perspective on business development. So Ms. Koo received her degree in sociology from Princeton and will be getting her master's at Harvard in September. So I'd like to thank you all again for being with us today, and I'd like to hand over to Kathy to do the introductions. Thank you.
Everyone, let's get started with the first group today. So first we have Automat Incorporated, whose mission is to reduce food waste while allowing people to maintain their current lifestyle through innovative products. They will be presenting their product, the Fridge Light.
Good evening, adjudicators. There are 2 things that I love about my life: my family and this company. Over the course of the past month, both have become one. Today, we are here to showcase to you what we have made together as a team. What we have made through blood, sweat, Red Bull, and tears. But before we do so, I would first like to introduce the members of Automat Incorporated. So, starting from the left, we have Ms. Ko, Mr. Adams, Ms. Mao, Mr. Zhao, Ms. Chora, Ms. Ro, Mr. Gao, Mr. Yamakoa, Ms. Romani, and Mr. Drew. This is our product. So, as I previously mentioned, our product is called, our company is called Automat, and our slogan is "We Think Food." Next slide, please. So, essentially, we are 11 people, and we form one company, and we have one big dream. We dream of providing the everyday person a comfortable lifestyle with food, but without compromises. Automat aims to help families reduce the amount of food that they produce in a household. This is who we are. Our mission is to provide innovative and efficient products to reduce our ecological footprint while conserving the comfortable lifestyle that we currently live at an affordable price. Our smart product design ensures easy accessibility so that everyone is able to enjoy the things that we make. So now I'm going to hand off the floor to Ms. Romani to continue on with the innovation.
So throughout our many hours of research and brainstorming, we found out that us as humans, we waste a lot of things. And the most common things that we waste are things such as plastics, we have a lot of e-waste, as well as energy and electricity. But what many do not realize is that we in fact waste a lot of food. And as I mentioned previously during our introductions, we as Canadians, we waste about $140 per week on food consumption alone in an average Canadian household. However, something else that many do not realize is that we waste 20% of this. So that totals up to about $28 per week in wasted food. And so once we work out the numbers, we find out that we waste $1,456 worth of food per year in an average Canadian household. Now, the fridge light is a unique and innovative solution to this problem. And what the fridge light allows the user to do is that it alerts the user to objects that have been left unattended for extended periods of time within the refrigerator. And it alerts the user to their approaching expiration. And now Mr. Yamoka will speak about our design.
Good evening. I'm going to speak on behalf of the design team of Automat Incorporated about a product that I personally am quite excited to propose to investors. We came up with this idea around 2 weeks ago, and since that time we've worked very hard, put in a lot of effort, and come up with some potential problems that this product could potentially face, and then come up with innovative solutions that we plan to implement into this product. All this accumulated into the fridge light, which is a product I truly believe will allow North American households to live large while still maintaining a small footprint. The fridge light, in essence, is an alarm clock that takes the form of a mat that you're able to put into your fridge, and it'll inform you when food is being left there for more than 5 days. I'd now like to invite my colleagues, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Durant, to help me further expand on this design process.
Thank you, Mr. Yamoka. So the first component of the mat that we're going to show to you today is the battery case. And so the mat itself does not require a high amount of current. And so what we try to focus on is the longevity of the battery. So we're trying to accomplish this with 4 AAAs in parallel circuit. And so that's how we are charging our mat. Mr. Zhao.
Thank you. So we've actually subdivided our product into 4 easily understandable sections. First of which, as you can see on the screen, is a silicone casing layer. This is a flexible layer to allow smooth contact with the products and the buttons underneath. And it's low friction, so it doesn't change anything. It's trying to be as close to what you have on a fridge shelf already. And silicone is a very common material. It's very sturdy. It's pretty cheap, so it's pretty cheap. It's sturdy and it's flexible, and those are the reasons why we chose silicone.
The next layer that we're looking at is the data input and output systems. So for data input and how the mat is going to gather information about the items on top of it, we have these rubber domes inside the mat. And these rubber domes are also found in computer keyboards. So the technology is very similar, and there's a slight difference, and we'll get to that in a moment. So how these rubber domes work is, first, they're cheap and they're flexible. So when a food item is placed on top of the rubber dome will compress. And inside each rubber dome, there's a wire on the top and a wire on the bottom. They're perpendicular. One of the wires is capable of carrying, it has a current running through it, and the other wire is connected so it can relay it back to the microchip. So when a food item or any item is placed on top, it will compress the rubber dome, and they will then complete the circuit, and the current will then be relayed back to the microchip for processing. And Mr. Yamamoto will explain the slight difference with it.
So when looking for a technology that we could use to potentially locate the position that the product would be on this mat, we turned to keyboards because it was a cheap solution and very effective. However, there was one key problem. As many of you most likely have keyboards, if you've ever tried to press, for example, Q, W, E, R, T, and then the keys below them, you'll not be able to press these keys due to the way that the key is wired, which is in a key matrix. So basically, if you press one key, if there's a horizontal line here and two vertical lines here, if you press this key and this key, then as my companion, Mr. Durant said, it basically completes the circuit. But due to the fact that it's like all the circuits are completed, then you're going to get some inaccurate results. So basically what we did is, in order to still save materials, we shared the same horizontal wire. However, we gave each pressure sensor its own vertical wire, which allowed us to create accurate placement of these objects on our map.
So
continuing with the input and output systems, we have the output systems, and so this is how the users will find or gather information. So as you can see in the 3D render, well, the small gray dots, those are LEDs. And so the LEDs are wired much the same as the rubber domes, where they each have a shared vertical wire and then each have their own horizontal wire. So the processor can send information to these LEDs through the horizontal wires, and turn a certain one on while not turning the others on, so it can highlight a certain place of the mat. And a reason for choosing LEDs is they're cheap, they have very low amounts of energy, and they can be made quite small so they can fit into this thin mat.
So the third layer we're going to talk about is the actual circuit layer, including the microprocessor that Mr. Durant had just mentioned. The rubber domes will send the position signal to the processor. The processor will take this position signal and send it to the appropriate position of the LED and light those LEDs according to where the mat was pressed. A few additional parts of this are we're going to be using a light sensor to turn off and on the LED circuit, which will conserve battery energy, and yeah.
So the final layer is the bottom layer, and so there's three main purposes for this bottom layer. The bottom layer will have high friction with the rack or the shelf of the fridge, and so once it's placed, it will not slide around. Second reason it's there is that it's very sturdy, and so although in this 3D render, you can see the wires on top of the mat, they will not be visible in the actual product. They'll be inside the bottom layer to keep them protected during shipping and installation. And the final thing is you may notice that there's a row of LEDs along the front side of the bottom layer. And so one of the problems that we see arising possibly is that if we have two items of food, one at the back of the mat and a larger one in the front, if the one at the back of the mat is sitting there and it's longer than the preset amount of time, it's commonly mentioned as being 5 days. That's default. You can. There's two other settings that you can program with those buttons on the near the processor. You see the red, white, and blue buttons. If a food item behind a larger food item is sitting there and gets illuminated by the LEDs, you may not be able to notice this because there's a larger food item in front of it. So to fix this, we have a row of LEDs at the front of the mat, and they will illuminate if any LED on that row is illuminated to indicate that something along that row has been sitting there for more than the preset time.
So we're just going to play the animation and show an example. So those are the programmable buttons with different settings. That is the light sensor. And we're just going to show an example of how it works. So in this example, only the bowl turns on and the cup does not.
Okay, so good evening. As maybe all of you would know, and what Mr. Oleni just mentioned before, food waste is a growing concern around the world. The latest statistics shows that 1.3 billion tons of food, 1/3 is wasted or lost annually. And in Canada, $27 billion of food is wasted per year. To give everyone an idea, this is around like 40% of total food production in Canada and 2% of Canada's GDP. So it's a big problem. And it also leads to a large amount of methane gas production, which is a major greenhouse gases, and leads to an impact on both Canada's economy and environment. So to solve this problem, consumers' behaviors and attitudes are the main barriers, as in Canada, 51% of the food waste is coming from households. A study shows that 61% of Canadians admitted to forgetting about food in their refrigerator because it wasn't visible, which is one of the #1 concerns of household food waste. So our company, aiming at reducing household food waste, is trying to provide an affordable product which not only reminds and alert consumers about invisible fridge food in the short term, but also has potential to change consumers' behaviors in the long term. Now I would like to introduce Mr. Adams to continue.
Okay, so the financial department of this company has spent countless hours looking through the internet to find materials that meet the demands of fridge light, as well as coming at reasonable prices. Now, the chart over here displays materials, assuming that we produce 100 units. Now, because our product is customizable, it makes calculating the cost of production tricky. So what the financial department has done is we've gathered a wide range of different fridge models and grouped them up into 3 categories: large, medium, and small. And in those groups, we found an average. Now, after some intense number crunching, we were able to calculate the cost of production for each group. The average large fridge will cost roughly $65.49 to produce, while the average medium-sized fridge mat will cost $56.91 to produce, and the average small fridge will cost $41.35 to produce. Now, make note that these are averages, meaning that actual orders may vary in costs. Some may be more expensive to produce, and others may be less expensive to produce.
Hello, I'm from the marketing team with Automat, and I'm going to start off by talking about our target market. We primarily market to middle and upper class families. The reason being is within these families, there's the great chance that people are overbuying and they tend to buy unnecessarily, and all this food goes to waste. So for the first 3 years, we're going to be strictly an e-business. The reason for this is we want to build a solid customer base, and we want the time to see how our customers react to our product. And through our e-business, the customers get the opportunity to customize their fridge light mats and to fit their refrigerator just as they need it to be. Our marketing techniques include advertising through Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and on our website. We have the potential to save $39 million over the course of 3 years across Canada, as this is how much food is wasted throughout the years. For YouTube, $1 spent on commercials on YouTube reaches 4,000 people. So we thought this is a great way to market to people, as we are an online business. So now I'd like to take you through and show you our website. So this is the homepage of our company's website. As you can see, we just have basic information about our product, and we have descriptions, and there's also the option to go through the gallery. We also have a mobile interface. This is because we want our product to be easily accessible for the customers and clients. We want them to be able to be at a home appliance store. Once we reach the 3rd year and hit our break-even point, we're going to be sending agents to several home appliance stores. We're hoping to get to Home Depot, Rona, and Sears. And at these stores, agents will be able to take their products, like sample versions of our products, and get orders from the customers and give it back to us. In addition, we have our Facebook page, and on our Facebook page, this is slightly dated, we have about 120 likes so far, and we also started our Twitter page. This shows that we have growing interest in our product, and people are willing to try out something new. As you can see on the stat, at the bottom, the number of people who have liked our page has increased 200% from just last week. So this is great proof that we will be improving, and many people want to try out the product. Now I'll hand it off to Ms. Sue.
Hi, so I'm Sue. You might not read from the beginning of the presentation. I did an introduction. So let's talk social media. Essentially, I know that the previous speaker spoke about our social media presence and how we're going to use that towards our marketing strategy. Now, on top of our social media presence, we also have other specific strategies that we'll be using in the scope of social media. Most prominently, we will be hosting a social media contest leading up to the release of the fridge light. Now, this contest is essentially like a mass publishing contest, and what it is our company will publish a set of 5 eco challenges, and these 5 eco challenges will include like everyday things, for example, generating 10 pounds of compost or other things of that nature, or recycling. And essentially what happens is people who are interested in this competition, they can take a copy of the criteria, they do the challenge, and they take like either a video or a photo proof, and they put it on our Twitter or our Facebook page. And so that way you are spreading publicity. And essentially what happens is once they complete all 5 criteria, then they're entered and they draw for a chance to win a set of 3 fridge mats when they come out. And so this is really effective because we think that it helps to spread our company's name. Right? We think that like when you compete in a competition, it's usually a family who does it, like in our case, and you're likely to tell and share with your other friends. I think this is a really good outlet to accumulate mass publicity in the scope of social media. I think this is going to be really effective, and also by introducing a competitive element, we're likely to get more people who are interested in both trying out the fridge mat and the fridge light, and looking into our company. Thank you very much. So I'll hand it off to next speaker.
Hello, I'm part of the marketing team as well, and I'm going to talk a little bit about our competition. So like every product, the fridge light does have some competitors. The first one I'm going to mention today is the food mark. So basically the food mark is composed of a series of strips that the consumer can apply to a smooth surface, such as a plastic container. And then the consumer can use a dial to preset a certain amount of time that they think this particular item will be good for, so how long they think it'll be fresh for. And as the food strips get more and more red, the consumer knows that this particular item is losing its freshness. So our advantage over this particular item is, first of all, the food is based in Japan, and that's where it is sold. And our company is looking at selling our product in Canada only. So, and also another advantage that we have is that the food can only be placed on smooth surfaces, such as a plastic container, whereas our mat will go into a fridge and any item can go on top of it, and so therefore we have a wider variety of food items that can be shown. Also, the second competitor I'm going to talk to you guys about is the LG and Samsung Smart Fridge. So both of these fridges have multiple methods that can be used to help the consumer know how long a particular item has been in the refrigerator for. These methods include voice recorders. You can scan barcodes and receipts. And another thing that they also do is they have this aspect called the health manager. So an individual can input their body mass index, they can input their weight, age, gender, things such as that, and these smart refrigerators will actually generate a specific recipe to that individual. So our advantage in this section with the LG and Samsung smart fridges is mainly the cost. So both designs are trying, both our product and these smart refrigerators are trying to reduce the amount of food waste in the home. Whereas their product costs $3,499, while ours only costs $99.99. So they both are trying to solve the same, or reduce the same sort of problem, but at much different costs. And the last competitor that I'm going to mention today is mobile applications. So mobile apps do a lot of the same thing as the Samsung and LG smart refrigerators, but except obviously at a much, much cheaper cost. You can scan barcodes and do many of those same things through your phone. So our advantage over the mobile applications is mainly, although that they are cheaper, it's mainly the fact that through the mobile applications you have to manually input your data, and you have to keep checking your phone for new updates or new information and to know about the particular items that are in your refrigerator. Whereas our product, once you install the mat, there's nothing more you need to do besides open your refrigerator door and see that the LEDs are lit up around that particular item. Okay, I would just like to conclude my part by saying that I think these obstacles and competition are easily overcomeable by our product, and I would now like to hand it back to Ms. Jayachandra. So I'm going to touch upon a few barriers to entry. The first one I'd like to talk about is high setup costs and capital. So when starting out a new business, especially for small businesses, it's hard to get funding and the investment needed to start up your business and have the right infrastructure. We have a bank loan, and we also have some other funding sources to overcome this obstacle. In addition, there are also sunk costs. Sunk costs such as advertising, marketing, and research are things that we have to invest in. But if we do leave the industry, we have to keep in mind and take the risk that we might lose money from this. The next barrier to entry that I'd like to talk about is international trade restrictions. Some of the parts and materials that we use in our product is imported from China and other nations abroad. We have to follow the rules and regulations in order to maintain quality and standards, and we also have to be prepared for, we also have to follow the regulations so that nothing comes up and arises in the future and our product will not be useful. The network effect is next one. In the past, word of mouth was a very popular way of spreading news about new products, and if something came out. Today, social media has taken over. The network effect refers to when one person tries a product, really likes it, they tell their friend, and then their friend tells someone else, and so on. It goes, and this may be a barrier, as some people may not like our product, but if they don't, they always have the option to try something else, So we want to have a positive network effect. In addition, the fact that we have a website, on our website we have a contact page where customers and anyone who's tried our product or has interest in it can contact us and give us feedback or ask questions. And in addition to the website, we also have on our website an area where you can enter the length and width and customize orders. So this is something that hopefully will add to the network effect and make it positive. Last but definitely not least is customer loyalty. We want to have a solid customer base, and we want to ensure that customers keep coming back. Our product saves them lots of money, and we believe that this is such a strong point. And in the it's a real long-term investment. Customers have the ability to buy our product, our refrigerator shelf mat, and they can save money in the long term. So it's a very good investment for them. I'd now like to hand it over to Ms. Coe.
Good evening, adjudicators. I'd like to talk about the ownership structure of our company. So our structure is going to be based on a team of shareholders, a board of directors, and then 4 departments that manage separate sectors in our company. First off, the shareholders. These are generally third-party organizations or people that invest money in and will profit from Automat's growth. Because they have contributed to our organization, they also get rights inside the organization, such as making executive decisions like electing members for a board of directors. We 11 will be contributing $5,000 each to this company at first, so we will be the initial shareholders. Next is the board of directors, which is comprised of us, the team of 11. Our job is to oversee the corporate activities, such as managing a budget or selecting a salary or compensation for workers. As for the 4 departments, the first one is administration. This is a broad term that covers administration, human resources, and financial management. So the administration is responsible for managing the other departments, the other 3 plus the other 2 under the umbrella. It's also responsible for completing the paperwork and the legal processes necessary to keep our company up and running, such as permits or licenses. The human resources part of administration is responsible for hiring and firing employees, as well as maintaining company morale and keeping it high. And then our financial management, the financial management sector of administration is responsible for analyzing and reporting the finances that come in and out of the company and producing them in coherent reports, such as annual reports or balance sheets. The next department is sales and marketing. This is a pretty self-explanatory department. They are responsible for promoting and advertising our product. The next is production and engineering. There will be a vice president of production and engineering, and then there will be employees under him or her. The entire department is responsible for the development, the design, and the production of our actual products. While the vice president has the role of overseeing the plant, keeping the equipment up and running, and managing the factory employees. Because managing the equipment may require more technical knowledge, we will be applying stringent criteria for the employee that will be filling this position. Lastly, we have the Department of Information Technology. These employees manage our online presence, so they will be maintaining our Facebook page, Twitter, YouTube, as well as our website. I will now hand the floor over to Mr. Gao.
I'm from the finance department, and I'd like to talk more about the finances of this company. All companies need money, and as a startup company, we'll need quite a bit of initial capital. As stated before, each one of us will invest $5,000 to the company, so we'll have $55,000 of initial capital. However, we will need more money. So we'll require $200,000 each year for the first 2 years to maintain a positive closing cash. Whether this be from loans or other investors, it mostly doesn't matter. We expect to break even in 2 years after selling roughly 4,500 units, each unit being a medium fridge mat. we are assuming three things. One, that economic conditions stay the same and food consumption does not go down, because that would reduce the usefulness of the product. Two, that interest rates don't go up substantially, because most of our money will likely come from bank loans. And if the interest rate goes up, then our break-even date would be pushed back. And third, international trade stays the same. If trade between us and China had higher tariffs in the future, it would be harder for us to acquire raw materials, and that would increase the cost of production. I'd like to turn the floor back to Emily Xu to conclude our presentation.
So I know that for the past 20 minutes or so, we've been telling you a lot about the fridge light and our company Automat. And so we told you about, like, you know, how we're going to market this, what our product is, why it works, how it works, why it's effective. But what does this really like boil down to? Why does this really matter? So we think that, like, when we make the product, we made the fridge light, we wanted, yes, to reduce the amount of average household waste generated by the typical family, but we also wanted to help propagate the green movement, to help enrich, like, the good earth awareness. And so I think that's why that our product is so effective, because our product can help citizens be more green without violating their comfort or without violating their lifestyle. It actually changes their behavior, that they're more likely to be more aware of what they buy and what they consume. And so at Automat, we're trying to rethink consumption. We're trying to rethink the refrigerator, and we are trying to rethink food. That would be all.
Okay, have questions? Go ahead, who wants to start? Okay, so looking over your business plan earlier today, I came across something you mentioned in it, where you mentioned that as smart fridges and other more expensive units that compete with you become more and more affordable through innovations or reduced costs of production, and that you will need to adapt to remain competitive. I'm just wondering, how will you adapt this product, and what other functionality can you see it providing as it adapts?
We're thinking of, because our business plan is still, we're trying to offer the same features as these smart fridges, but just at a scaled down point. We are able to do some of the similar things, such as provide a actual interface for what could be inside the fridge as well, which is exactly what the smart fridges do. It's just the major disadvantage when what they're trying to do is that not everyone wants to buy a completely new fridge and throw out their old one just to get these new features.
Furthermore, you don't have to buy a completely new fridge to use and implement this technology. You can use a pre-existing fridge and still help the environment. And furthermore, you don't have to buy a new fridge and then throw away your old fridge, which would just create more waste. So overall, our product is far more better for the environment.
Do you have enough margin between what you're selling the product at to sell to retailers? Like, you're going to go direct, right?
Yes, we are going direct. So we're planning to expand to retail in the future.
Right.
But for now, our margin is, we're selling it, for example, a medium one,
Yeah.
we're selling it at $100, and the cost of production is about $56. So that's $44 per product.
Okay. So do you feel there's enough space in there when you want to do the agent thing and then the retailer markup on that?
I think there is, just because of the sheer market size of people who own fridges and forget food.
In addition to that, since there is that markup, as we gain popularity and gain more interest in our product, more people will be willing to try it out and test it out. So we're expecting our sales to increase as time goes on.
Will the increased volume reduce your product costs?
Yes, because we will be able to buy materials in more and more bulk, and that would decrease the cost of production.
Very good presentation overall. I quite enjoyed it, and I was thinking about why not barcodes, and I like how simple your plan is. That it's just a couple of lights that tell me, hey, you haven't used this piece of food in a while. So, really great job of explaining how that combats against your competitors. I have two really quick questions. You mentioned 20% of Canadians, or 20% of the food is wasted. Do you have any idea what that relates to the cost to the consumer?
As I mentioned before, we calculated the total cost. So over the 3 years, it'd be $39 million, not billion. So that'd be about $13 million each year. So when you break it down, it was a huge saving in terms of the 20%.
So $100 is not a big investment for me for this mat, right?
No.
I'm gonna save money. Second one is why did you choose to use batteries on the mat? Is there an opportunity to plug it into the fridge?
So we thought about this for a while. This was a problem that came up, and we don't want to have a hard user installation. We don't want them to read a manual and go through it and be like, oh, we have to put this here and this here. And there's just a lot of technicalities that will, like we said, we don't want to compromise anything in the easy lifestyles of Western society. So that's why we chose to go with batteries.
And in addition to that, the design team did consider hooking the battery source up to the actual refrigerator's power source using like an outside outlet, but that, as mentioned, was like logistically difficult, as we thought that we would actually chase away more consumers than and by having this installation process. Because the point of the fridge mat is for you to kind of just leave your food there and forget about it, but be reminded at the same time, right? And that like by having an installation process, it kind of makes the whole idea of the mat.
Maybe I wasn't paying attention well enough. What if I have, what if there's items that can stay there for a long time, like pickles, right?
Again, with the 3 programmable buttons, you can program how long you'd like it to remind you to. So if you have multiple items that you'd like to be reminded a much later date that they're sitting there, you can designate that mat to a certain point. And again, it's completely customizable. You could have a very small mat for possibly just like 3 food items if that's really what you want. And in addition, most likely you won't be covering every inch of your fridge with this mat, so you could place things that basically do not go bad in other places other than.
Sorry, I presume that as the shape and size of the mat changes based on customizability, that the $99 price tag is going to change along with it?
Yes.
Have you thought of something if you stack food? So your mat kind of does it where it's one item per spot, but often just because of the way your fridge is, you might have multiple items stacked on top of each other, like leftovers. What would be the best way that you guys can see kind of adapting your product to be able to work for that?
Okay, so since it's basically serves as a reminder, first of all, if the bottom item has been sitting there for a long time and recently just placed on the top item, it will register and you will have to look at both items, but you obviously will see the bottom item. Now, it's the opposite way around, and it's the top item that has the bottom item. Okay. If you're picking up the bottom item, you'll notice the top item right when you pick it up. So in a sense, that will remind you if you're picking up the bottom item, so you don't have to worry about the fact that the top item has been sitting there that long.
So basically, you're not able to move the top. You can't move the bottom item without moving the top item. So then, it basically combines.
And it draws your attention to both items. So you definitely know that one has been there and that one also has been there. So
It's already got its plan.
Very good job. Good job.
Doesn't work for my husband.
You guys throw out a lot of food.
My husband's over streaming right now.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Actually, I really enjoyed that business plan. I read it earlier because that's something with my family can relate to. We throw out a lot of food.
I just did it yesterday. I went through a huge purge and it was disgusting. I was
Yeah.
like, oh, that was $4. That was $10.
Hey, what's sad is we do it every month. Let's see what's kind of sad.
It's a real problem.
It is, yeah.
And next we have Group 2, Green Incorporated, whose mission is to reduce people's ecological footprint while still maintaining an affluent lifestyle through the implementation of green ideas and technology. They will be presenting their product, the Fillet vending machine.
Good evening, judges. We'd like to first off thank all of you for being here today and giving us the opportunity to present our idea to you. So my name is Chesley Chan.
I'm Robbie Redelmeyer.
I'm Rajat Gandhi.
Sophia Tao.
I'm Jay Agarwal.
Amy Chen. I'm Claire Donovan.
I'm Waleed Rizal.
I'm Yasmin Anderson.
I'm Jody Leon.
I'm Yvonne Lee.
And today we will be introducing to you the future of the soda vending machine. A future without aluminum cans or plastic bottles. So first off, we'd like to show you a quick commercial of our product. Here it is.
Maintain an affluent lifestyle through the implementation of green ideas and technology. They will be presenting their product, the Fillet.
Are you fed up with plastic wasting vending machines? Well, don't worry, because Green Vend is proud to present Fillet. Fillet is a brand new and innovative vending machine that is eco-friendly, user-friendly, and saves you money. For more information, check out www.greenvend.weebly.com or check out our social networks.
I'm Yasmin Anderson. I'm Jody Leon. I'm Yvonne Lee.
And today we will be introducing to you the future of consumers purchase a bottle of soda. They're most interested in the actual beverage and not the bottle or the packaging. So our product, the Fillet vending machine, allows consumers to use their own water bottles as containers for their soda drinks. By integrating a modern sensor and efficient dispensing systems, we've created a vending machine that not only benefits consumers, but also operators as well. In addition, by reducing the amount of aluminum cans and plastic bottles, the Fillet vending machine will promote a greener earth, and also ultimately the Fillet vending machine will reduce our ecological footprint, and also through the use of our greener technology.
So our product, Fillet, is designed specifically to change the way everyone perceives traditional vending machines. It incorporates innovation and a contemporary design to appeal to the modernizing society. So here's our product. The height is 68 inches. It will be 39 inches wide, and it will be 34.5 inches deep. So the external design of our product is is inspired by diamonds with the clean slate cuts. It will be molded from polyethylene plastic, and it will be as a covering for our actual frame of our vending machine, which will be made from 2 layers of galvanized steel. Galvanized steel is a very efficient material because it is durable, low in cost, and withstands harsh conditions. Within the 2 layers of galvanized steel, we will have polyurethane foam to help it insulate our vending machine to maintain the internal environment and also the quality of the drinks.
So Fillet has many beneficial features that will help solve many consumer problems. Firstly, our system is entirely bottle and can free, which will allow us to reduce our variable costs of shipping and manufacturing of bottles and cans. And so instead we decided to use a bag-in-a-box syrup system, which also accounts for less shipping costs, and it is more cost efficient. As well, we can also produce more beverages at a given time. And so our user-friendly touchscreen interface is available in 2 languages, French and English, the 2 official languages of Canada. And if we were to expand worldwide, we would also be able to incorporate more languages. It is important that it's easy for our vendors that we're selling to be able to control what is displayed on the touchscreen, because they have the freedom to choose what they want to dispense within a machine, and we made it easy to do so. So the user experience is as such. They would choose a language, and then they would choose the beverages that a vendor would select, and then they would select their size. And so we decided to use a standard Coca-Cola can measurement and a standard Coca-Cola bottle measurement, so it's easy to visualize what can fit inside your own water bottle. And so we take cash, credit, and debit, and upon paying for the beverage, the beverage shelf door will open, and they'll be able to place their water bottle inside, and then upon touching the screen a second time, the door will close. So it's a very sterile environment. So they'll place the bottle below. And then it'll also let them know how many plastic bottles the machine has cumulatively saved.
So once the validator has confirmed that they've paid for their beverage, the central computer system will send a signal to the water tank and the water pump, which will pump water into the chilling system. There are two main cooling systems in our vending machine. The first is a compressor unit, which is similar to your cooling system in the average household refrigerator. And your second unit is the chiller unit, which uses carbon dioxide to extract the heat from the water as it comes out of the water tank. After it goes from the water tank, then it goes to a bypass wall. The bypass wall lets the user control whether they would like to have carbonated or non-carbonated beverages. So this opens up your market to people who are, say, more health conscious and would prefer to have a juice over pop or soda. Upon selection, after the bypass wall, it can either go to the nozzle where it will mix with the syrup there and create a non-carbonated beverage, or it can go to the carbonator. The carbonator is controlled by a CO2 tank and a CO2 regulator to carbonate the liquid. After the liquid is carbonated, it will go to the nozzle. The syrup selection has to do, again, with the computer system. So the computer system is attached to the mixing wall. And the mixing wall gets to choose what drinks, so what syrup is affiliated with what drink that the user has already pre-selected. After that, the beverage will be dispensed into the container. Here's just a side view through the same idea. There are 6 different pockets you can put these different syrups in, so 6 different flavors. At the same time, we also have a cleaning system. The cleaning system is incorporated by, it's a self-cleaning system, so this machine only has to be serviced once every 1.5 weeks, and that would be in a highly utilized area. This lets the vending machine companies who we are marketing to, they wouldn't have to pay as much for servicing the machine, which is actually extremely beneficial for them. And at the same time, the cleaning system, so for your average fountain pop machine, it has to be cleaned thoroughly about once a week. Our system actually only needs to be cleaned once a month through research. We've come to that conclusion. And it's cleaned by putting detergent into the water tank that is then flushed multiple times through the system and is excreted by the nozzle where the water will be thrown away. Then there's also, so talking about environmental issues, to produce a plastic bottle, there are lots of fossil fuels that go into the production of a plastic bottle. About 38 kilowatt hours are used in the production and the transportation of plastic water bottles. This is actually fairly immense. You could power a computer for 215 hours using the same amount of energy that's created in one plastic bottle. Not only are we eliminating plastic bottles, but we're also eliminating cans. So these require a little less energy to produce, but it's still a fair amount of energy. There's also PET, which is a chemical that's used in these plastic bottles, which is not only toxic to humans, but it's also toxic in the environment. There's about 36 grams of PET in each water bottle. So in a small dose, the PET to a human can cause nausea and vomiting, but in large doses, it can even cause death. So this is a fairly significant factor, and that's another reason we look to eliminate plastic bottles.
So in order to effectively market our product, we first had to understand how the traditional vending machine market was structured. Unlike other industries, it's not as simple as a producer and consumer. In fact, after the sale of a failed vending machine, we would not be involved in the operation or the maintenance of the product, nor would we reap any of the profits from the actual beverage sales. Instead, All the revenue would be coming from selling our machines to vending machine companies and operators who stock and maintain these machines in order to try to make a profit. After buying a vending machine, these operators make strategic agreements with various locations in order to place their machines in optimal spots to maximize revenue. These operators are also responsible for purchasing the beverages and stocking them inside the machine that would go on for sale to the final consumer. All revenue from the final consumer, or the people actually buying drinks from the machine, are kept by the owners of the vending machine. We kept all these parties in mind during the planning of our market strategy to ensure successful integration into the market. So our research indicates that there's a healthy demand for vending machines among both operators and consumers at the moment. In Canada and the US alone, there are over 5 million vending machines in operation, and the number in Europe is approaching 4 million. In the USA alone, the vending machine industry is an estimated $7 billion, with 240,000 new vending machines sold each year. As the amount of disposable income grows among many consumer families, the demand for beverages and those vending machines is foreseen to grow even more.
So Greenman plans to cater to two main target markets: vending machine operators and the end consumers of the soft drinks. So for the vending machine operators, Fillet is a suitable investment for all operators or firms. We primarily seek to work with large market shares such as Aramark and Compass, as this will allow us to focus solely on the vending machine rather than having to also be concerned with the maintenance and the restocking. In addition, we'd also like to find potential customers with the thousands of small businesses that may only operate a few vending machines each. We're also going to be marketing to the end consumers of the soft drinks. So in a survey we conducted with over 1,000 participants, 63% stated that they always or often carried a reusable water bottle, with an additional 29% stating that they sometimes did, which can be seen on the graph here. Of participants aged under 25, this percentage was even higher. Now, 45% of participants stated that they purchase bottled or canned drinks at least a few times a week, with some purchasing every single day. Of those who purchase every single day, 73% said that they often or always carried a reusable water bottle. Now, Fillet is suitable for high schools and universities, as this is where those aged below 25 often frequent. It is, however, also optimal for workplaces, because when asked to comment on the survey, many people stated that they only bring a reusable water bottle with them to their workplace. Finally, evidence of the potential success of GreenVend is when we got in contact with Matt Quick, who is the Vice President of the Student Union of Lakehead University. He was incredibly supportive of the idea, and the union stated that they would be pleased to see this idea come to life at Lakehead University.
So here at GreenVend, we plan to exceed our competitors at every front. Our main competitors are other vending machine manufacturers, namely Royal Vendors, You Selected Core, and Sega Manufacturers, who are the three companies with the largest market share within this industry. These three companies are much larger than that of GreenVend, however they produce vending machines of standard design. Thus, our competitive advantage is in our innovation. As seen here, as polled by the 2013 Food and Beverage Outlook, product innovation is the driving force of growth and change within the vending machine industry. With our product's innovation, we will be able to enter the market easier, attract investors, as well as combat any monopoly of which our competitors pose. In addition, although our company has a very small size, we are more flexible within the market and has better contact within the customers. Plus, we are especially suited for social media marketing, in which we can spread our images as well as conduct excellent customer responsiveness through websites such as Facebook, Twitter, and as well as our own website. While we are invested in capitalizing our abilities through social media, our competitors have a very weak online presence. Thus, through our innovation as well as our promotion, we will have very excellent competitive advantage within this industry.
Effective promotion of our product is absolutely essential in ensuring our product's commercial success.
The three methods GreenVen plans to use to market our product are word of mouth, advertising through news outlets, and by attending exhibitions. Word of mouth is a simple yet powerful marketing technique that is free to use and easy to employ. The innovative and creative design of our product will leave a strong impression on users, prompting them to inform colleagues, coworkers, and peers about the amazing product that they have just used. As well, GreenVen has established a strong presence in a variety of social media, facilitating the creation of a nationwide buzz about Philip. Though word of mouth is especially effective in marketing to the general populace, we will need to advertise through news outlets to market our product to vendor companies. Industry-specific magazines such as the Vending Times and Canadian Vending are especially helpful in this regard. The Vending Times' website alone has received 120,000 visits per month, with 29,000 of these visits being unique. Of these 29,000, 54% have indicated they have purchased a product from an advertisement they had seen on the website. This, in conjunction with the newsprint editions of both magazines, should allow tens of thousands of readers to become informed about our product. Finally, GreenVen plans to attend the NAMA One Show in Chicago in April of 2015. The NAMA One Show will allow us to market our product on an international scale, with over 500 vending machine companies from around the world attending One Show in 2014. With a projected 600 companies and 5,000 visitors attending One Show in 2015, it will allow GreenVen to gain widespread exposure to a diverse audience of potential clients. As well, the NAMA One Show offers marketing sessions to up-and-coming companies like us. So, One Show will not only allow us to market our product, but will also teach us the tricks of the trade as well.
GreenVen is located in Thunder Bay. However, we also plan to have storage warehouses and operational centers in Vancouver, BC. As a major port city in Canada, it will offer us many opportunities to conveniently transport our product, both from our manufacturers overseas or to our local consumers. For the first few years, GreenVen plans to primarily focus the marketing on North American consumers because of, well, we are building our resource capacity and our capital stock. However, we definitely have plans to expand in the future to places such as Europe, as our research has indicated has a sizable market in that region as well. So this will happen as our product gains more recognition, as our product gains more acclaim, which we at GreenVen are confident that it will.
As like any other upcoming business, GreenVen may face some threats entering the market, and in order to ensure maximum profits for our investors, we are highlighting the major risks that we're facing. One of the largest barriers that we are facing is the presence of existing well-established companies that provide the consumer with a variety of models to choose from. And these models are competing with theft and vandalism are also one of the major concerns for vending machine operators. But with our unique design, theft is virtually impossible, and with the durable body, our vending machine body is susceptible to damage.
One of the major challenges we faced at GreenVen was determining how much each unit would cost us to produce. As my associate Tao has mentioned, we do not plan on producing these units ourselves because it's unrealistic for a small firm such as ourselves with limited resources to buy the machinery and infrastructure required to make vending machines. Therefore, we plan on outsourcing our manufacturing to a well-established Chinese manufacturer in the field by the name of Panda Vending Limited. Not only do they have more experience in the field than us, but they also have more access to resources, and this can reach economies of scale more efficiently in order to lower costs. The first step we took in determining the manufacturing cost was looking at the total cost of materials that go into a fillet machine. In order to do this, we carefully studied our designs and looked at every major component and did thoroughly research the prices that were offered. This included everything from galvanized steel bodies to installation to programmable logic computers to the cache validating system to the compressing unit. So we pretty much took into consideration every component that went into the machine. We also allocated a specific amount for any miscellaneous parts that may be also needed to produce this device. So this gave us a total material cost of roughly $2,408.76. After we had the material cost, we moved on to assembly. We expect an assembly cost of roughly 50% that of the materials, and that would include everything from labor to energy costs to machine maintenance to packaging. Finally, we expect a 20% markup from our manufacturer upon final sale, as they do need to make a profit for themselves. After getting total manufacturing costs, we moved on to shipping and storage. Since our manufacturing is based in China and our storage facilities are in Vancouver, we decided on freight shipping between Shanghai and Vancouver Port. We would do this in large containers that would fit approximately 20 fillet units and would cost us around $750 per trip, but that would only be a per unit cost of $40 per machine. Storage costs are even more negligible, as in the early years we do not plan on storing long term, and nor do our units take up a lot of space or require special conditions. So after all these factors were taken into consideration, our final per unit variable cost was determined to be around $4,350. And as you can see, our market price is sufficiently higher at $6,500, and this was done for two reasons. First of all, with a per unit profit of over $2,000, it would ensure that we would have we would cover all our necessary fixed costs, and that we would have allocated enough funds for growth within the company in order to further develop. And secondly, the average vending machine on the market right now is around $5,000. So by being slightly higher, it won't deter any potential consumers, but it would differentiate us since we do have an innovative and differentiated product. And since this machine is forecasted to increase profits for operators, it would definitely pay off in the long run.
To create our financial projections, we first had to estimate how effective our marketing strategy would be. We believe that we can capture 0.15% of the vending machine sales market in the first year, expanding to 0.35% the second year. By the end of our third year in business, we'd like to be responsible for 0.6% of all vending machine sales in North America. As you can see, we will start small in our sales, but then quickly grow as we expand inside and as our brand gets out there. Our beginning may be rocky, but there is a clear upward trend in our cash reserves. In fact, in the beginning of our operation, we may go into debt to finance the purchase of inventory that will then be sold. However, we will establish a $50,000 small business line of credit with the Royal Bank of Canada to cover our costs during this period. In addition, you may know that the cash flow seems to be very choppy. It's further emphasized in this graph. This occurs because of the way we're forced to order these machines. We can't order 5 even if we only have 5 sales. The manufacturers won't accept contracts for anywhere around less than around 20 units. Therefore, especially in the early years, we are ordering products that we will not sell until a second or third month afterwards. Though our revenue only comes from selling these machines, our expenses are more diverse. As has been mentioned, most of our costs are in creating the good, but there are also significant costs in wages and in marketing. Wages are required to pay engineers to code the programmable logic computer, which is the central system that will integrate all and allow the user to work with the machine. In addition, marketing, which is a key portion of our strategy, especially as a small business trying to get our name out there, it will also require a lot of funds to ensure that it is successful. Overall, however, GreenVen will be making strong profits even in the first year. Even if there are hidden costs that we did not account for, we have the margins to ensure that we can take these on when they come to us.
Fillet is an innovative new product that has a strong focus on environmental change, one of the fastest growing concerns of the consumer base today. By promoting the usage of reusable water bottle, we are effectively creating a catalyst for progress towards a greener future. And by removing the wasteful cans and bottles and high price tags as well from the traditional vending machine system, We are not only surpassing the industry standards, rather we are redefining the industry standards. So to conclude, investing in high profit margins, investing in innovation, in excellence, in social responsibility and purpose is synonymous to investing in Philip. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to say great presentation. I really enjoyed your idea. And my first question is, by not using airtight cans or bottles to dispense your beverages through the fillet system, what does that do to the shelf life of the syrups and the water inside the system, or the main ingredients used to dispense your beverages?
So one thing is that the machine will be stopped fairly frequently. So like on a, if they're a high frequented location, it would be once every 1.5 weeks. And on a low, it would be more like 2 or 2.5 weeks. So we do have, like there are maintenance things required with these different types of syrups and the water, but that is addressed by the cleaning system. At the same time, when you do when you go to restock these machines, you have to take the full syrup portion out. So there's no actual buildup in the syrup container, which can be a big issue for some of these other machines that do pour the syrup in rather than just replacing the whole box. These boxes are made of biodegradable materials, so they're not harsh for the environment, but it also leads to cleanly and sanitary environment for the bottles. At the same time, with the water tank, it's constantly being cooled, so that maintains like the proper degree. Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola have specific standards for these machines, which we want to adhere to because those would be one of our main markets, as in that they're popular drinks. So every bottle has to be refrigerated to 4.5 degrees Celsius, and our machines adhere to those standards as well.
Thank you.
Just kind of a follow-up to that. So the maintenance, how much more complicated would it be for this system as opposed to a traditional vending system? Would they need more training? How would that work?
So the maintenance it's a self-cleaning maintenance system. So you just add detergent and water into the water pump system, and then you flush it through the system multiple times, and then the water is disposed of at the end of the cleansing period. This doesn't actually take a lot of training. We would originally train new companies that we're supplying to, just in order so that they can train their employees. But after, we would hope that this training would become sustainable, that we wouldn't have to do that. We would also look into making manuals so that we actually don't have to do any real training for these people.
Would there be more of an issue for something to go wrong with the system with the moving parts and everything than a traditional one, or would it be pretty similar?
So there aren't really any, there are obviously, like, after a while your fridge is going to wear out. And a lot of these components are similar to a refrigerator, and it's kind of a mix of a refrigerator and a fountain pop machine. The only difference between a fountain pop machine and this machine really is the validator and the fact that there's a water tank rather than it being hooked up to a water main so that we can supply the different areas. So it has approximately probably the same shelf life as a fountain pop machine, which can be between 5 and 10 years. So that's a fairly long time, especially seeing as a lot of these other vending machines, they're replaced in about that same time period. Obviously, there could be complications due to vandalism, but those we wouldn't need to replace the full machine; it would just be, fixed. Did that answer your question?
Good job. I was very impressed with the amount of market research that you managed to do in a short period of time. Did you hit upon anything where locations are rejecting the current vending machines because they don't want to be dispensing plastic water bottles anymore? Like a lot of schools have sort of made a stand against water bottles and things like that. Did you see any of that in your research?
Yeah, we definitely did. There's definitely a move towards more eco-friendly products across the board, especially with these institutions that care about their social image.
Right.
So one of the things we actually wanted to look at was maybe pitching our ideas to
institutions such as universities and schools.
Yeah.
And traditionally, how when the vending machine companies would do this is, let's say I as a vending machine company wanted to place my product at Lakehead University. I pay a monthly rental fee or a percentage fee, and I would be allowed to put it in the spot that we agreed on. So by pitching our idea to Lakehead University, for example, we could ask them to lower costs for the vending machine operators, or make it a more attractive offer to install something like a fillet machine rather than the traditional vending machine. And I definitely think lots of institutions would definitely go for this, because the rental costs for locations are really not that high. They're we came upon everything from like $10 to $50 a month.
Yeah.
So in the long term, this is a lot for the vending machine operators, so it would be attractive if it was lower. But at the same time, the ability for these institutions to be more eco-friendly and lower their waste in terms of plastic bottles and aluminum cans would be more attractive than the small monthly rental fee.
My other question was, you didn't really highlight the cost saving, how much less expensive it would be for me to get my Coke in my own bottle versus paying for the bottle. What's the differential there? What's the attraction?
Once again, I don't have the exact numbers on me, but it is in the business plan. The technology used in this, mixing syrup with water, is similar to a fountain pop machine. And fountain pop is a lot cheaper than actually making these bottles and packaging it and making it airtight. A lot of the time, the actual and shipping. So a lot of the time, these bottles actually make up most of the cost. So therefore, by cutting the cost for the operators, they'd be buying syrup in bag-and-box syrup systems rather than in bottles and cans, and this would lower their cost significantly. Off the top of my head, the cost of a can would only be around 25 cents for the producer when buying it for the operator when buying it from the producer, and a bottle size serving would only be slightly more at like 40 cents.
Okay.
So they would then pass on these savings to the consumer, so you would get a much cheaper beverage.
Are there any limitations to the types of products you can offer as opposed to traditional vending machines, such as juices, sports drinks? Are you able to do everything?
Yeah, so that would really just depend on the companies that we're selling it to and the restriction actually of the beverage supplier. So our machine can use any system really that takes a syrup-based dispensing system. So with the bypasser, we can choose between non-carbonated and carbonated beverages. So that opens up the market to juices, to sports drinks as well.
Going back to the design of the fillet system, you talk about how there's a one nozzle dispensing system on it. Thinking back to traditional fountain drink dispensers, they traditionally have a separate nozzle per flavor as to not contaminate drink consistency. Now, if customer 1 was to buy beverage A, say, at the machine, and then right afterwards customer 2 stepped up and bought beverage B, and they all came through the same dispensing nozzle, what is to prevent a mixture of beverage 1 and beverage B from occurring for the second customer?
Yeah.
So how would you maintain consistency in the flavors?
Yeah, so there is a panel that slides down, so you put your beverage in, and then you tap the screen again, and the panel slides down just to keep it sanitary. And then you remove the bottle, but when you remove the bottle, there is a small amount of liquid that is then, like just water that goes through the nozzle to flush the nozzle out. Also in the system, when the nozzles are dispersed, there are in fact, there are kind of more like 6 separate nozzles. It's just that they're going through one tube. So it's really just about cleaning that little tube. It's not about cleaning the nozzle. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
I'd also just like to add that this the one nozzle feature has been featured in fountain pop machines such as the Coca-Cola Freestyle or the PepsiCo. So it's not that complicated. It can definitely be done by the processes Anderson just explained. But yeah, it's definitely been done in fountain pop machines, and we'd just be taking that technology and hooking it up to the central computer and cache validator in order to incorporate it to that machine.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have group 3. They are the Better Life United, whose mission is to provide customers an opportunity to enjoy the beauty of green spaces while ensuring all resources required are being used consciously. They will be presenting their product, Bluegrass.
Thank you, Ms. Koo. Good evening, dear readers. My name is Jeremiah Joseph. And with me, I have Mr. Wu, Mr. Park, Ms. Chen, Ms. Lee, Ms. Yang, Mr. Kamal, Ms. Jung, Ms. Curran, Ms. Singh, and Mr. Wench. We are Better Life United, a group of 11 individuals who have come together with a goal to make a difference, but with one theme in mind, the theme of living large with small footprint. When you look at your lawn, it's beautiful and green. You think luxury, living the large life. But landscape irrigation accounts for 1/3 of all residential water use, half of which are wasted through evaporation, runoff, and poor irrigation methods. Better Life United has created a product that will address this problem while at the same time assuring that our customers will not have to go through any extra work to maintain a healthy lawn. Now, I'll give it off to Mr. Wench to address the product overview.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. So we've developed our product, Bluegrass, as an innovative soil mixture that will be able to result in a more water-efficient lawn while still being able to grow healthy green grass. We will package this soil as standard lawn soil to be used, so there's no extra effort for the consumer. But it will be able to reduce their water consumption by anywhere from 40 to 70%, which is basically all the water that is ordinarily wasted in the irrigation process. These remarkable numbers are accomplished by the addition of the superabsorbent polymer sodium polyacrylate, which is able to absorb large amounts of water when the soil is moist and release it again when the soil dries out. We have also considered the soil composition in order to maximize water retention without sacrificing the fertility of the lawn itself. So the key ingredient in bluegrass soil is the chemical sodium polyacrylate, which is a harmless superabsorbent polymer used in a variety of everyday products, such as diapers and feminine hygiene products, where water retention is very important. The way sodium polyacrylate works is that it's a series of hydroxyl groups bonded to sodium ions. When it is dissolved in water, these sodium ions dissociate from the hydroxyl groups, leaving a series of charged hydroxyl groups on the polymer. The water molecules, being polar, will form hydrogen bonds with the hydroxyl groups and be absorbed into the crystal structure, thus being conserved in the crystal. When the water dries out, when the lawn dries out, as I previously mentioned, the water will be released and will be able to hydrate the roots of the grass. Sodium polyacrylate breaks down naturally after 2 years in the soil, and so will need to be reapplied regularly, but there are no long-term environmental impacts of their products, either on humans or on either the water or soil ecosystems. This has been verified through many environmental studies. So although we feel that it's beneficial to tell you about how this product will work in theory, we feel it's even more beneficial to show you how our product will actually work. So to do this, we have a demonstration of a prototype as presented by Ms. Chen and Mr. Park. In these 2 bottles, we have 2 soils. They are the exact same soil taken from the university gardens, the only difference being that one soil contains our chemical, sodium polyacrylate. As you can see, of the 2 soils, the one that contains our polymer is having minimal runoff, while the one that is regular soil is having a much more water. We'll be able to pass these around later so you can see for yourselves how much our product is able to reduce the amount of water runoff. So next I would like to introduce Ms. Singh, who will discuss the soil composition.
Thank you. So as we said, our product is a soil. What is in a soil? A soil is 25% water, 25% air, and 45% mineral particles, as well because there will be a higher amount of organic material, sand, and other substances such as clay. Our ideal texture is a medium loam to a clay loam. A loam itself is a combination of different amounts of clay, silt, and sand. By balancing the amounts of peat moss, sand, and clay that we add in addition to our founding soil, we will be able to maintain the ideal texture. The reason we've chosen a medium loam to a clay loam is because it'll be able to hold a firm lawn as well as produce the nutrients that is necessary for this lawn. The benefits of our soil is the water efficiency, the high quality, and the balance of pH, as well as keeping a consistency and density needed for a natural lawn. Next, I'd like to introduce Ms. Curran, who will be talking to you about our competition as well as our target market.
Thank you, Ms. Singh. So our geographic target market consists of many major Canadian cities, mainly Toronto, Vancouver, and Ottawa. We currently have members of Better Life United residing in Toronto, Vancouver, and Ottawa, and so there's a greater facility for promotion in these areas. We'll also be targeting suburban areas of major Canadian cities, as a large portion of our buying will be through online purchase. We'll target a wide range of consumers, including those who are environmentally cautious and interested in reducing their ecological footprint. Our product will be of benefit for those who are convenience seeking and looking for a product that is easy to use, as all our ingredients will be compiled into one bag of soil. For those who are interested in lawn maintenance, as well as those with minimal knowledge on water efficiency or lawn care products, we will also target these people as well. So in terms of competition, next slide, please. We have two competitor products, the first being generic garden soil or topsoil companies. The reason for this is that they're often cheaper, they're well established, and they're familiar with consumers. Our second competitor product is online sodium polyacrylate supply services that are available in bulk and oftentimes offer landscaping services. Next, we have Ms. Jung discussing SWOT analysis.
Thank you, Ms. Curran. So our first strength is the remarkable ability of our soil to absorb water. So it'll first attract convenience-seeking consumers who are interested in reducing the frequency and regularity of lawn watering. And secondly, environmentally conscious people who are interested in reducing the amount of water being wasted. Secondly, we have friendliness of the product as our second strength. This water-absorbent polymer might sound kind of odd, but however, our product works exactly same as our other traditional soils, just pouring water. So it'll appeal to a wide range of people. So our first fundamental weakness is, however, distrust in the ability of the blue soil from the consumers. Since we are a new company and blue soil is something that they haven't heard of, it is likely that they're going to be doubtful of the capability of the soil. Secondly, it is also the lack of inexperience of our business is also another factor that we have to take care of, because we're not really, none of us has any experience in business. It is likely that we are going to struggle in the early stage of the business. However, another advantage of having realistic and simple business infrastructure and financial plan will compensate this weakness. And our first opportunity is, however, increased consciousness of people on water consumption and eco-friendly products. Also, statistics show that large number of Canadians and American consumers, homeowners, have relatively large lawns. However, and thirdly, unawareness of this water-saving products can be our opportunity. However, it also has double-sided fact where people can find out about this product very easily with a little bit of research in chemistry and science. Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Pilon for our market plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zhang. So, to reach our target market, we'll design our product in a way that is easy to use and familiar to the customers. We'll also put emphasis on the fact that our relatively high price reflects a high quality of the product. To promote it and inform a large number of potential customers, we'll put advertisement in many different medias. We'll have a strong web presence and we'll distribute posters and flyers to reach many potential customers at low cost. We'll also put advertisements in the Toronto subway as well as in the newspaper Toronto Sun, because even if these media will be more costly, we think it will be worth the investment because it will reach a large part of our target market. In all our promotion material, we'll put an emphasis on the quality and particularities of our product, and we'll make sure that all our advertisements have a good aesthetic look. We'll also make sure that the product is accessible to customers in many different locations, such as small shops and websites, so they will be able to access it easily after being aware of its existence. So now I will let Ms. Yang talk about management and legal issues.
Thank you, Mr. Pilon. Better Life United is a company that is comprised of 11 members who reside in British Columbia, Ontario, Quebec, and Newfoundland and Labrador. These 11 members make up the Board of Directors and the Executive Committee. The Executive Committee is comprised of 8 members and is headed by the CEO and the President. In our case, the CEO and the chairman of the company are the same person, as part of their role is to integrate the policies decided upon by the Board of Directors into the operations of the Executive Committee. The Board of Directors is made up of a treasurer, secretary, and a regular board member. Now, the role of the treasurer is to deal with the finances of the company and establish an annual budget that will be agreed upon by all the members. The secretary's role is to manage and distribute the minutes following each meeting, as well as file legal documents. Finally, the board member's responsibility is to volunteer as much of their time as possible and remain active through company evaluations and elections. Moving on to regulatory and legal issues. So Better Life United has no plan to patent our product, Bluegrass, at least within the first 2 years, simply because we do not have the sufficient projected financial profits to do so. Also, our operations abide by the city bylaws of Markham, Ontario, where our production is taking place, because we do not operate past 7 p.m., that is part of the noise bylaws, and also we only allow 1 employee along with the homeowner on the site. Next, it is my pleasure to call upon Ms. Lee to talk about further company policies.
Thank you, Ms. Yang. So, Better Life United is a corporation that prioritizes customer satisfaction. So in order to achieve this, we have 2 different methods of doing so. First, we're going to encourage our consumers to use social media to give feedback and give their opinions and criticisms on our product so we can better it. So with this, we're going to allow access to our Facebook page, our Twitter account, our website, and even our email. Secondly, we're going to have a system where our employees will all use Bluegrass within their own households so that we can have direct feedback so that we can better our product as well. So, moving on to rewards. Our employees will actually work with minimum wage that will be reinvested immediately back into the company until our company is financially sustainable. Until this time, we're going to be paid shares instead that is equivalent to the monetary values until we reach a profit that we all agree upon is Fine. So our employees will be restricted to the founding 11 members until we reach that profit point or until we think that another person is necessary to have the job completed. We're going to award our employees certificates of distinction in order to promote teamwork and coordination within our staff. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you to Ms. Chen to talk about product logistics.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. I will be talking about our production logistics of bluegrass, which is very simple and cost-effective. So the materials required for bluegrass are black garden soil, sodium polyacrylate, as well as sulfur and other nutrients. So all of these items will be bought online in bulk and shipped to our manufacturing location. The manufacturing location is in Markham, Ontario, at a 2-acre property, and also the house of the Vice President of Production, Ms. Singh. So our production team constitutes of 3 members of our team, Mr. Winch, Mr. Joseph, as well as our own Ms. Singh. And this is done to minimize production costs. As well, the manufacturing location is very cost-effective, as Ms. Singh's parents have granted Better Life United access to their spacious garage as a workspace for free of rent. And since the City of Markham by law limits 2 people to a garage, our production team will keep this in mind when manufacturing. In addition, there will be 2 types of equipment that we need to facilitate this manufacturing that will be bought from a company called Bolden & Lawson. Bolden & Lawson is a company that specializes in producing horticulture machines. The first piece of equipment that we need to buy is the Twister 1 batch maker, which actually costs $3,900, and it is completely necessary because not only does it evenly combine the high-quality black garden soil with the sodium polyacrylate, it also uses very efficient methods, and it can produce 6 cubic yards of soil per hour, which is approximately 153 bags per hour. The second piece of equipment that is very necessary is the soil bagger, which costs $1,000 and can produce 18 bags per minute. But in order to regulate this with the Twister 1 batch maker, it can be changed to produce 153 bags per hour. And this is done to standardize all the bags into 30 liters, which makes for ease of transport as well as ease of retail. The third installation that we need is the AC power adapter for transferring of 120 volts in a standard household to 220 volts that is needed to operate our machinery. And for an electrician to come into the garage, around $350 will be necessary to facilitate this. Around $5,400 in total of production costs will be necessary. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Park to address our company's financial plan.
Thank you, Mrs. Chen. So essentially, in regards to the financial plan, there's 4 main things that we'd like to consider. Number 1, the startup cost. Number 2, the investment. Number 3, the sales forecast. And number 4, the break-even analysis. So essentially, in regards to the startup year, Better Life United is looking forward to promote our product in the month of March of 2015. So in terms of capital investment, we are looking towards investing $5,400, and that comprises of the soil mixer, the soil bagger, and the minor electrical utilities. For inventory cost, Better Life United is looking towards spending $16,000, and for promotion, which I'll talk about later on, we're looking to spend about $1,750. And adding up these 3 numerical figures, you'll get to approximately $23,000 as your total startup cost. So as you can see, this is the breakdown of the inventory cost. So in a standard blue soil grass bag, there is 30 kilograms of basic topsoil, 1 kilogram of sodium polyacrylate, which is the main component of our soil bag, 1.5 grams of organic material and minerals, 1 kilogram of peat, 1 kilogram of clay sand, and as well as the production costs and utilities. And in total, that inventory cost per unit is $11.42. So in the year 1 in 2015, we're looking towards selling approximately 1,400 units. And to calculate the annual inventory cost, you simply multiply the total inventory cost per unit times $11.42. And in year 2015, you get approximately $15,988. And of course, as consumer demands increase, Blue Life United will definitely reach these demands and act accordingly, produce more bags of soil to reach the demands of the consumers. Next slide, please. And in terms of promotion, like Mr. Pillon mentioned, $500 will be allocated towards posters and flyers, which will be distributed in the city of Toronto. $250 will go towards newspapers, specifically towards people who have big lawns and who have newspapers delivered to their doors daily, and $1,000 allocated towards transportation advertisement, because we know that a lot of the Toronto population takes subways and public transit in the morning and during the night. Next slide, please. And finally, in terms of investment, each foundry, each 11 of us will invest $2,500 into the business to pay off the startup costs and to ensure the business success. The business will operate under one of our founders' garage, Ms. Singh, to minimize the utilities expenses and to support the company from the startup period. And now I'd like to call upon Mr. O, who will talk about the sales forecast and the break-even analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. So from the target market size is 200,000 for first year and second year and the third year. And the market share percentage will be close to 1%, and the second year close to 1 as well, and the third year will be 2%. The forecast unit sales will be approximately 1,400 for the first year, and the second year 2,600, and the third year 4,000 units. With these information, we can calculate that how much money we can generate based on these. So the first year we could generate 21,000, second year we could generate 39,000, and the third year we could generate 60,000 if we are able to sell all these units. Break-even analysis. So selling price is $14.99 online. And the variable cost, just like Mr. Park mentioned, that is $11.42. And subtracting these two values, you get the contribution of margin, which is $3.57. And the fixed expense, if you want to refer page to the income statement for the breakdown of it, there will be $4,682 for the first year. And the second year will be $5,300. And the third year will be $5,000. And using these two numbers, which is the margin and the expense, to calculate and find out the break-even volume. So with these 3 years, we are able to find out that we are surpassing the break-even point. Therefore, our business, the Better Life United, will be successful and profitable. To conclude this presentation, I'll be moving on to Mr. Trent.
Thank you, Mr. O. So in conclusion, we believe that Better Life United, with this bluegrass product, will be able to better improve the lives of people by giving them strong, healthy lawns while drastically reducing the water required. We believe that this will be able to access a large market and that we will be able to both manufacture, market, and distribute the product to the consumers that require it. So in total, we believe that bluegrass will allow its users to live large with a small footprint. Thank you very much.
All right, first of all, I want to thank you on a great presentation. First thing I'm going to address, also you're going to have to use the microphone. Sorry about that. No problem. Thank you. This is for the people who are listening on the internet. Thank you. And the other room. All right, so again, I want to thank you all on a great presentation this afternoon. And the first thing I want to address is that in your business plan, you talk about how an advantage of bluegrass is said to be its familiar, friendly appearance. It looks just like any other bag of topsoil. Being that it makes an uneducated lawn hobbyist comfortable in their buying decision. Now my question to you is, through the addition of chemicals designed to save on water usage, sodium polycarbonate, and the other chemicals that may be required to allow it to provide additional water savings. My question is, undoubtedly the product will cost more compared to similar looking bags of the competitor's topsoil. So in that case, how will the appearance and packaging play a role in helping the uneducated shopper in picking your product over a cheaper alternative when you're striving to make your product look more non-unique in order to attract a market which may not know a lot about lawns or lawn care?
We want our product to be easy to use and have the same way of putting in the lawns and gardens, but we'll make sure in our promotion strategies to emphasize the fact that it's really environmentally friendly. So it will be familiar to the customer in the way of using it, and as we say, it will be 30-liter bags. That is the standard capacity, but we won't say that it's only a normal soil. We will make sure that the potential customers understand the efforts we put to make for all the particularities.
Thank you.
My question is around the application of the product. If I'm putting in a new lawn, am I buying 30-liter bags? Or is this more for my garden where I'm trying to get a sense of, should you be delivering this in bulk in some instance versus 30-liter bags, especially for a lawn application? Because most of the, what's that? Yeah, or a whole front lawn, that's a lot of 30-liter bags. Have you talked about a strategy around later some larger volume ability to deliver? Or I'm almost thinking this is something I would buy for my garden versus my existing lawn, because I don't know exactly how I would use it on my existing lawn. So just tell me your thoughts around that.
Well, one of the advantages of our product is that it can be used in a garden or in houseplant applications. But for the lawn, buying several bags is one possibility, but we do have online services that we would be able to offer larger format if required. This would not be viable in the near future, as it would require more flexibility in our production line. But after a couple of years after we've established our business, we would be able to offer a wider range of volume packaging for the consumer who might have a much larger lawn space required.
Also, our product is used to aid the current soil that is in the lawn, so it's just like a replenishment. And so covering your entire lawn like completely in the soil is not completely necessary. It's just an aid in helping the water retention.
Very good presentation overall. My question is regarding the how you're adding this this chemical to the soil compound to increase water retention. What do you do if you've got a big, like Scott's turf lawns and whatnot, like the big brands that are out there? What's stopping them from coming in and duplicating what you've got and marketing that product? Is there anything you can do to kind of offset that threat?
Although it's true that other larger companies with turf lawns would be able to come in, we feel that wouldn't, although that would be able to suffice for creating new lawns with turf and so forth, we feel that if we managed, we're getting to this market very early. There are very few other products like it on the market. So if we manage to build up a consumer base with people replenishing their soil annually with this product in order to maintain the levels of sodium polyacrylate in the soil, we will be able to build up a body of repeat customers who, even if other companies decide to come into the market, they will have some sense of loyalty towards us because we have put out the product first and they keep on coming back to us.
Great answer. Next question is, are there any regulations preventing the addition of chemicals to soils that may result in you not being able to use these in certain municipalities?
There have been many tests done on sodium polyacrylate and it's generally considered to be a non-toxic chemical. As a result, it is not very highly regulated, and so we have not found any municipalities that have restrictions on it. They may exist, but through a search, we have not found any.
Great job, guys. My question has to do with around the supply of your soil. I believe you mentioned one company that you'd be looking at in your business plan. Is this the only one? Are they a retailer as well? Or are they like more of it at the source, or how is that exactly working? And you only doing one? Do they have enough capacity to keep up with your product? That kind of thing.
So far they are the best source we can find for our soil, but in future years we're planning on finding some sort of partnership in order so that we can get a larger amounts of soil, and without having to order certain amounts from one company. And basically, so far, that's the only company we've seen that gives the most and the best soil for a good price.
Another thing about the company that we're using is it's a very trustworthy company already. As I spoke earlier about the foundation soil, it is the foundation soil, so it already has a lot of the key ingredients we require for our soil. What is advantageous about it is that, as you said, if they're able to deliver the quantities that we need, they are known for delivering large amounts directly to your house, so that is one shipping cost that we don't have to worry about as well. And it's a very standard-based soil that we could incorporate into ours, and that's one of the reasons why we chose it.
Okay, so we'll be taking a 4-minute comfort break and we'll be back.
I just maybe they couldn't figure it out. Yeah, they just didn't figure it out. That's all. It's kind of question, right? Yeah.
No, I need
should be fine now. Do you know different? No, I don't know. Kathy told me that they said it was okay. It's okay.
Did you guys read all reading last night? Which one's your favorite?
Feel bad throwing away my plastic ball.
After that, do you know what went into that to make that? Oh, we usually just
Just the washer.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, good.
Well, I've been trying to rank them.
I know it's big stuff, but
Welcome back, everyone. And next we have Sinku Inc., whose mission is to provide the consumer with environmental and health-conscious products that are innovative, sustainable, and have a positive impact on the environment. They'll be presenting their product, Teocer.
Okay, so now that that's out of the way, I'd like to first start off by thanking you all for being here despite your probably very busy schedules. And I'd like to just introduce my team members at the start. So right here from your left, we have Mr. Zhou, then we have Mr. Davila, then we have Ms. Dunn, Ms. Nguyen, I hope I pronounced that properly. Then we have Ms. Butt, we have Ms. Chung, we have Ms. Ganju, we have Mr. Angelo, Ms. Forbes, and finally, Mr. McDonnell. Now, today, we'd like to present to you our pilot project called Teocer. And this is like a hybrid between UV eyewear and a pollution filtering mask. So, over the course of this presentation, we'll go over a general overview of our business, our product, starting from operations, leading off to the product design, then going to marketing, finance, and then finally impact. So let's start with our objective for our pilot project. So we're gonna be focusing on Beijing for now, and then focusing on making a significant and statistically relevant impact on the level of air pollution there, and helping raise the health standard of our customers who buy our product. Sinku Inc.'s mission is two-part. First, you have maintaining the health of the environment, and second, the well-being of the customer. Here at Sinku, we envision a world where people live more healthier lives with more comfort and while minimizing the amount of environmental impact.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Hello, I'm Sancho Angelo, and today I'll be talking about our company's operations. So we'll be headquartering our company at Richmond, British Columbia, and we'll be incorporating there as well. The relative proximity of Richmond to our East Asian target markets, coupled with the accessibility of the city to our board of directors here in Canada, makes Richmond a definitely good place to establish our headquarters. However, the majority of our management and operations will take place at our Asia Pacific Regional Management Office in Beijing, China, at the heart of our target market, and it will open a huge door to one of the world's largest and fastest growing economies. And my apologies. Now, with respect to our board of directors, the members of whom you'll see here, they will initially comprise of the 11 founding members of our company. They will each be classed into 4 specializations, as you can see: marketing and sales, design and development, finances and accounting, and operations. The role of the board of directors is to also represent the views and needs of our shareholders, investors, and our customers, and apply the appropriate corporate strategy accordingly. The board of directors will also expand as the company itself continues to expand. Now, with respect to our my apologies. Now, with respect to our employees, we're looking to not provide any permanent employment within our Vancouver, or rather Richmond office, but we're looking for employees at our Asia Pacific Regional Office. So we're going to have a Chief Executive Officer whom we'll get people to scout for in China, and we're also going to have an Executive Secretary as well as 4 managers, each with the same specializations as I previously mentioned in the other slides. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nikai McDonnell. I'll be introducing our product. Teocer is a protective facial gear involving a mask and glasses that utilize innovative technology to protect the wearer while also filtering and depolluting their surroundings.
Hello, my name is Alina, and I will be describing our product Teocer as I've done before. So the main components are the mask, the strap, the glasses, and the titanium dioxide coating that will be discussed later. So we'll start with the mask. This has 2 layers. The first layer is a very thin layer that's used to cover most of the wearer's face from here to here. The second is a more localized, thicker layer of rubber that's used where the respiratory areas are, meaning the mouth and the nose. There are perforations in the thicker rubber layer to allow for breathability of the mask. Now, the rubber we're using is a biosynthetic rubber. Usually, most of our competitors use neoprene. Neoprene, it seals well around the face, but it's not very eco-friendly. It's useful for masks, but it's not eco-friendly. So what we're using is an alternative to that. So we're using a plant-based rubber. It's 60% plant, the guyayul tree that can be grown in China, as well as 40% neoprene. We're going to be working with a company that's supplying us with that rubber to hopefully see it become 100% plant-based. So that's the rubber we're using. If you look on the inside of the mask, near the chin area, there is a flap that you can open up, and you can pull out this filter disc. This filter disc is made of a fibrous material that's statikified. It's used to filter out particulate matter. Particulate matter is the part of the air that is dust or very microscopic pieces of matter. It can reach 10 microns or 2.5 microns. So when they hit this filter disc, they're stuck there. Of course, these are temporary, so you have to throw them out after they've discolored, after they've been filled with all of the pollution. You would have to buy a new one and put it in. The next part I'm going to talk about is the strap. So on either side of the mask, there's a little cut in them. That's where part of the secondary strap loops through and is sewn shut. So when you put the mask around your face, the mask is securely pressed against your face. This is part of a bigger strap that ties around a person's head. At the back of the head, there is an adjustable buckle where you can easily loosen or tighten the mask. The next part of the product is the glasses. So these have 2 components, the lenses and the rims. So the lenses are very important. A lot of Chinese people who would be using this product are commuters. They have to face the smog when they're going to work, coming home from work, going out at any time. So they need to have lenses that can help them out when they're commuting. So they're plano lenses, meaning they don't correct your vision. They're like your normal safety goggles, that type of vision. They're also photochromic, meaning that they're transition lenses. When it's dark outside, they're clear. When it's light outside, they act like sunglasses. The lenses will darken. So that's useful to the consumer too. At the same time, they're housed in this biodegradable plastic casing. It's a customized mold that we will have engineered ourselves. It has, along the edges of it, there is a part that juts out. That's the snap-in mechanism. That is basically where the mask along the bottom edge of the glasses can snap into. So the mask is also secured across your face, as well as the strap that connects from the back of your head can be snapped into the sides. So the whole mask is securely on your face. The last thing I want to point out is the titanium dioxide coating. So this is a spray-on coating. There will be 2 even layers, and my friend Christina, who also helped me research the titanium dioxide coating, will be explaining some of its valuable properties.
Good evening, my name is Christina Chung, and I'll be presenting to you the benefits of titanium dioxide. So titanium dioxide is a non-toxic, stable compound that's found in your toothpaste, cosmetics, and even your donuts. What it can do is that it can absorb UV light and without being consumed in the reaction. In a process called photocatalysis, it absorbs UV radiation, which bumps the electrons out of their shells and oxidize water and air molecules into hydroxyl radicals. So what can hydroxyl radicals do? What they do is that they can convert volatile organic compounds into harmless compounds, and also greenhouse gases such as sulfuric oxide and nitrate oxide into harmless compounds as well. And moreover, it also has a deodorizing effect that unlike conventional air fresheners. It doesn't just cover up the smell. What it does is that it destroys and breaks apart the particles and separate them into environmentally friendly molecules that are beneficial for the consumers to inhale. And another function is that it's antibacterial. And the research is shown that titanium dioxide can eliminate 90% of the virus and bacteria on the surface which it covers. And one more function is the self-cleaning function. With the use of hydroxyl radicals, the surface which titanium covers can cleanse itself through with the air and convection that it goes through.
Currently, there are no Chinese patents concerning our product on different aspects of the TiO2 coating, the photochromic lens, the neoprene and guile biorubber, basically any product resembling TeoSair in any shape or form. TeoSair will be available for purchase while it's patent pending, however.
Hi, my name is Manvi Ganju, and today I will be talking to you guys about production and the future of our company. So all the materials used in the production of the TeoSair are purchased from local suppliers here in China. So these materials include the lens, the frame, the strap, the buckle, and including the titanium dioxide spray itself. So in the future, we are planning to start out with partnering up with a large business so it can help our sales when we're starting out. And then we will venture out into department stores, which will further promote our product to the Chinese public. And then our future. We will start out, as we're starting out in Beijing, but as our market expands, we will venture out as well to other cities in China, including Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Guangzhou. And then we'll also go worldwide and distribute our products to North America and other major cities in Europe and Asia. We're also aiming to advertise our product at airports, so travelers traveling to China for either business purposes or tourism purposes can also buy the product. So our company, Sinku, will offer services to consumers, such as if they have their own prescription lens that would like to install into the glasses, they will be able to do that in the future, as well as buy separate components of the product itself, such as either if they just want to buy the pollution mask or if they just want to buy the lens. And also, we'll be selling filtration discs, and there's a 2-year warranty on our product. And after the 2 years, if the customer is not satisfied with the product, we will replace it. Thank you.
So you might ask, why Beijing? Why not somewhere else? Why not in Canada? Well, there are actually many reasons why we chose Beijing. And the first reason is because, according to World Health Organization, the level of pollutants per cubic meter is 10 micrograms. However, in Beijing, they exceed that by 9 times. And also, the second reason why we target Beijing is that the economy is blooming. That means there will be more opportunities and more distribution methods for our business to grow. And the third reason is that it is the 3rd largest city in the world and the 2nd largest in China. And it has 21 million people, which means we can market our product, TeoSair, to this wide range of audience that are not only in need of it, but in a small area which we can target it in.
So hello, my name is Amanda, and I'll be talking about target market as well as competition. So our primary target market will be the middle class, so individuals that are considered to be in the middle class, and they must be 18 or over, because currently 40% of the residents residing in Beijing are considered to be middle class. So as you can see by this graph, it shows that they also not only have earn a high enough salary, so therefore they will be able to afford our product. So moving on to competition, as our as our product is quite innovative and quite novel, there aren't direct competitors, but there are quite a few indirect competitors, and this includes Toto Bobo or Vogmas. And what they do is they provide the consumer with a reusable respiratory mask in which it protects the consumer from various air pollutants, which may include like pollen, and their average cost is approximately $32 Canadian dollars. But so you must be wondering, like, what brings Teosair to a new innovative level? So what we do is we take this respiratory mask, these benefits, and we, as mentioned before, we add this TiO2 layer, which absorbs greenhouse gases from the air and cleans the air, which like effectively promotes more beneficial health for the individual. Another thing that puts us apart from our competitors is our environmentally friendly materials that we use. So we use eco-friendly materials, and therefore over time it does degenerate in an environmentally friendly manner.
Hello, I'm Krista Dunn. I will be presenting our SWOT analysis for you. So our SWOT analysis is an analysis of our company that shows our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So one of our biggest strengths is being eco-friendly. Our product not only offers a way to eliminate air pollution, it is also made from materials that are natural and local to the manufacturer. As well, it is beneficial to our consumers' health. So eliminating the pollutants around the face, it allows fresher air to be consumed, so there's less need for healthcare resources. Some of our weaknesses would include being in a foreign market. As we are a Canadian company, we are not as aware of the market in China. So it is very important we educate ourselves on this market so we can better market our product, as well as history. Being a new company, we don't have a history, and going to this foreign market makes it even more difficult. So we really need to market and brand our product and create a well base for ourselves. Some opportunities that we would have is a target market that is large. Seeing that the population in China is over 1 billion, and as my colleague said, that 40% of the population of Beijing is our target, this allows for many possible consumers, as well as market growth. There is many cities and countries in this world that have high populations and high pollutions, so our product could spread even further. Some threats that we have are general. They're competition and economy. So competition, there will always be competition, but we need to make sure when we market that we show the better features we have for our product, because our price is slightly higher than our competition's. As well as economy, we have to be aware of it at all times so we can better control our expenses.
Marketing. So the price of product. Our model is to provide products that are affordable yet luxurious. That's why we've adjusted our price to 35 Canadian dollars. You might think that's a lot for the Chinese market. In fact, that's not. And with our product that's so innovative and health improving, I believe this will lead to a huge market in China. And also, with this price, we'll earn a margin profit of $20. And also promotion. In mainland China, many consumers, they do not have access to Western media, Western social media such as Facebook and Twitter. But that doesn't mean we have a limited audience. In fact, in a study that we conducted, we found that 40% of the population in China have access to social media, and they are registered users. And therefore, we're confident that we, Sinku, can reach at least 20% of the population in China.
Hi, so I'm Lava Forbes, and I'm going to be talking about our financial status. So right now we require $350,000 worth of funding to start up our business. And we're going to use this money to pay off our capital expenditures and our working capital. So our capital expenditures include the rent of our office in Richmond, British Columbia, and the rent of our office in Beijing, China. And it will also include the rent of our warehouse, which will also be in Beijing, China. Our working capital includes the cost of our material, which will be approximately $14.62 as of now per unit, and that includes manufacturing, and also the shipping and the packaging of that material. And shipping will be an extra 70 cents on top of the price per unit. Other parts of our working capital include our advertisements and our workers' salaries. And also in the future, if we would like to buy some land and some vehicles, which we may need, that will also be part of our working capital. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jose Davila, and I will be doing the investment requirements. So as we have said, our company is a very new company. So one of our greatest investments will be in advertisement. So advertisement is very important for us since we're not a very known company. So through different methods of advertisement, we will get our company name and product out there to the Chinese community. So for the first year, we decided we would spend $70,000 on our advertisement, and we chose that the two greatest methods to get our name out there would be through newspapers and through social media, so buying ads in different web pages, which we would decide after research in the Chinese community. In the second year, we would increase this cost to $100,000, and we would add our advertisement to magazine articles, so get our story out there and get more information out there for the public to read. And this would be performed, the articles would be done every other month. For the third year, we would again increase even more to adding advertisements in the Beijing public transportation, which would increase, which would get our name even more out there since so many people take the public service. Other investments would include the office. As previously mentioned, we would have one in Richmond and one in Beijing. The one in Beijing would cost us around $650 a month, and the one in Richmond would cost us $575. Our warehouse would be located in Beijing, and this would cost us about $1,000. And this it would be used to store all of the extra and waiting products. So for vehicles and land, we will not be spending any money right away since we're renting, so we don't need to buy any land. And as of vehicles, we won't be spending on vehicles right away, but we have set some money apart for any vehicle-related expenses such as taxis or renting a car. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Wee Giselle, and thank you to Mr. Davila for introducing that. I'll be talking to you about our short-term sort of financial strategies. Now, what we have planned is we're going to try to get as much money as we can. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to target the banks and governments of China. So our first sort of idea was to go after the provincial governments of China. The reason why provincial and not federal is because quite recently, actually, the federal government passed a law that states that all provinces should be in charge of their own pollutants, the amount of pollutants that they release into the air. Now, if we sort of go towards these provincial governments, we can sort of promote our product, because our product cleans the pollutants from the air. Now, if we sell our products to provincial governments, and if they fund us, we can easily sort of reduce the amount of pollutants in the air, as well as help out the health issues in China as well. By reducing the pollutants in the air, less people will get ill, and hence we will be able to allow the provincial government to save money from their health resources. Another idea that we also have is promoting our ideas to the banks of China, such as ICBC, which is the International Commercial Bank of China. So we are targeting one of the biggest markets in the world. This is the city of Beijing. I think millions, or maybe even 1 billion people live there. And by doing this, we're also, solving global warming. This is one of the biggest problems that we have in the world. Now, if these banks don't see us as a potential investment, I don't see who they should invest in. We have a huge cause and probability to make a profit out of this. And we could be the next Microsoft. Our next idea is also going public. Now, many companies that you see out there, the big ones like Microsoft and Apple, they've gone public. They went public and they sort of succeeded and they made a lot of money. Now, if we go public, we can sort of spread the awareness of our company to the general public. Like we could be in maybe business magazines and business newspapers, as well as we'll make a lot of money from this because sort of the investors and the public will sort of know about our company and they'll try to invest in it. Some long-term strategies that we have are something called a leveraged buyout. So basically what that is we try to buy all the competition that we have, such as Vogomask and ResPro. And by doing this, we can sort of collect the resources and get rid of the competition, so we own the market. Another idea that we had was the acquisition by another company. This is sort of a smaller scale as compared to the leveraged buyout. Instead of us buying other companies, we have a large company buy us. So basically, we can use them to help spread our cause, but we'll make less money out of this, but we'll also be spreading our products throughout the world. And the last strategy that we have is the liquidation of the venture, which is basically our out plan. If we maybe stop making a profit or we sort of lose the cause to continue our company, we just sell our resources and pay off our debts and sort of just split off into maybe smaller companies or maybe take the idea of TiO2 and put it somewhere else in a better solution.
Thank you. So as you can see from the slide, we consider TeoSear invaluable. Now, this might not make sense considering we're trying to sell it as a product, but what we actually mean is we cannot attribute a cost to a person's health and also the quality of life where they live. And for that reason, we believe that TeoSear is invaluable, and that's where you, our potential investors, come in. Thank you.
First of all, I want to say great job on a great presentation, you guys. Well done. Looking over the business plan, you mentioned not releasing a list of specific materials used to design the TeoSear mask to the general public until patents can be acquired, but you still plan to sell the mask while you're waiting for patents to be approved. Now, in that case, for early adopters to accept your product and to really jump on board, what kind of trust can you provide to them in terms of the health and safety of your product? Like when they look at your product on a shelf or in an online site and you neglect to inform them of the materials used in the building of the mask and how it actually improves your health and safety, how are they to view that in terms of you coming forward with an honest and open product? And how would you address that situation if ever brought to you?
In fact, we'll disclose the main part of our mask, which is the titanium dioxide. And there have been many research papers that state the health benefits, I suppose, of ingesting titanium dioxide. However, I've also read some papers that state the inhalation of titanium dioxide nanoparticles might have a potential of affecting your the health in mice. However, that's not confirmed. And did that answer your question, or do you want me to elaborate a little more on?
Yeah, that explains about the titanium dioxide. But in particular, what materials are you neglecting to inform the public about, and for your patent purposes? And how would the public perceive that in terms of their health and safety?
We'll neglect the part that that acts as a filter. For that part, because it's disposable and might potentially affect the environment, we will actually think of a new material that will replace it within a year. However, other materials that we're not disclosing to the public include the biodegradable plastic and biodegradable rubber. But those two factors play a major part in our product because we believe that consumers will buy whatever that is beneficial to the environment and to themselves. Because those biodegradable materials will actually have a better health effect on the consumers.
Thank you very much.
Good presentation. Glad to see that you have a plan to hire a local CEO to work with your company in a foreign market because it's going to mitigate some of that risk. What's the thoughts on the branding on the product itself, as it's a very visual product that people wear in the streets, as far as helping with your promotion of the product? Like,
so, in terms of branding, Shad, might need that. It's like at the very beginning of our presentation. Right here. So that is our company logo. The O is actually an air symbol because we do focus on air pollution in our company. A lot of the stylistic elements of our mask, we want it to be very visually appealing. Current masks in Beijing, like we've seen pictures of them, they're kind of like the masks you would wear when you're mowing your lawn, or the ones you would see in a hospital, like surgical masks. Those aren't very visually appealing. It almost disturbs some people. Our mask is more, it's aiming to appeal to more modern design tastes, and we would definitely put our logo air symbol on our masks to make it recognizable that this is our product. We want to make sure our design is as appealing as possible. Does that answer your question?
yeah, would you think about like website on the strap at the back? I'm just thinking you got a beautiful product that can spread the word by itself without a lot of cost, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, very good presentation overall, guys. 2 questions. Number 1, have you explored, I look at your product and I see that it looks very similar to a lot of the industrial applications that are out there. I'm interested have you explored the opportunities if there's different cartridges or discs that could be inserted that maybe make it something I could use to paint my house with or vehicle?
Okay. All right. So yes, absolutely. We didn't want to focus on a very industrial looking mask for the consumer because we do want the general public to be able to buy this and feel comfortable wearing it. Definitely we, as North Americans, we wouldn't usually wear these on the street ourselves, so we didn't want to alienate ourselves when we were making this design. But definitely we could expand into industrial masks as well. A lot of the current competitors make it look more like an industrial mask, but for the general consumer this is a model, but we're always open to expanding our design because right now we make an adult mask. Later we want to expand into children's size masks. Those will definitely look different from this one. So yeah, does that answer your question? Thank you.
I have one other question, and it's specific to the cartridges and the titanium dioxide. That the titanium dioxide is sitting inside of the cartridges, correct? Oh, it's sprayed on the mask.
It's sprayed on the mask.
Okay. So then, question answered. Second, next part is in your business plan. You mentioned that your cartridges will be sourced from one of your competitors. Is that correct?
We're looking into their technology for initial products because we ourselves haven't found a filter manufacturer yet to help us out. Totobobo does make filter discs right now that have a 96% filtration rate. That's what we're looking at, that sort of efficiency for ourselves. But we have been doing our own research into improving upon their design and making our own company filter discs.
One basic question. Can you wear a pair of glasses underneath this? Because I know you said you can have a prescription lens, but if they can't afford, can you wear glasses underneath this? If you haven't thought of it.
Okay, we actually did think of this because, as you can see, a lot of our board members do wear glasses too. we don't know the exact dimensions of the goggles yet, but we aren't thinking they're going to stick directly to your face. There will be some space inside. We don't know if that's enough to actually accommodate glasses, but we're definitely open to making the design more available so we can reach a wider market. Yeah.
And then just a second question. Have you guys found any research on if there are any restrictions on a Canadian company coming into China and operating and accessing, especially since it was an important aspect of your funding, what kind of restrictions or considerations you have?
Now, with respect to that, especially in China, it may be difficult for foreign companies on the periphery to get into China, but we simply have to register ourselves as a wholly owned foreign corporation. We don't have a representative office, which means that you're just there to get your name out. We're here to do business, and we're here to get our product out, to make a name for ourselves. And we will make the necessary legal and regulatory appropriations with the provincial and central governments to ensure that our company's operations run smoothly within China.
Thank you very much.
And next we have the Rapids Faucet Company, whose mission is to provide efficient, affordable, eco-friendly hand washing stations to reduce the world's ecological footprint. And they will be presenting their product, Vertos.
Good evening, judges. It's my pleasure to present to you our board of directors for our company. First of all, we have our CEO, Mr. Gertz. We have our COO, Mr. Prathasarthi. We have Mr. Peltier, who is our CIO. We have our chair of the board, Ms. Baird. We also have our two co-CFOs, who are Ms. Barbaya and Mr. Anderson. We have our marketing directors, which is myself and Ms. Tran on the end there. We have our communication director, Ms. Liu, and we also have our director of public relations. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Baird, and it is my pleasure to present to you our initial business plan. Rapids Faucet Company was founded in 2014 in Thunder Bay with a vision for a more environmentally friendly society. We plan on working towards this goal by introducing a hand washing system that is designed to conserve material, space, and water. Our product is unprecedented, and we believe that it has the potential to become very popular in the commercial business, in areas including restaurants and retail. Our company is currently operating under a partnership with a non-corporate board structure, although we are considering incorporation in British Columbia under the same name. We currently have 10 owners with unlimited liability, and they each hold an equal 10% share to the company. The company consists of young entrepreneurs with diverse backgrounds, both in experiences and geography. The vision of our company is a world in which resources are used to their fullest potential while providing access for people to live their lives comfortably. And our mission statement is to provide efficient, affordable, eco-friendly hand wash stations to reduce the world's ecological footprint.
Okay, so that's our introduction. There's our mission and vision. So the issue at hand. I have found a great problem in the traditional sink. It uses an excessive amount of water, a wasteful amount of material that is not recyclable. And finally, it takes up a large amount of space. Why? Because of the inefficient use of the faucet. So, the vert house. This vert house solves all three of our problems. Oh crap, so we use high pressure and low volume water to save water usage. We use durable stainless steel that needs to be replaced less often and can be recycled, which saves a lot of material. Finally, our sleek and compact design saves a lot of space.
Before I get into a 3D view of our product, I'd like to first introduce a cross-section. So the beige-like object at the top is a maintenance keyhole, which allows access into the faucet, which allows the person to either take out the infrared sensor, the nozzle, adjust the settings on it, such as the outflow. And the hand washing nozzle is the biggest compartment. It faces towards the drain, which allows the user to more effectively use it and reduce splashback. So here's our product animation. So if we go back to this slide, the outside of the ridge, the whitish part, is made of stainless steel, which allows for light, it's allowed to be light, which allows us to also save space. It's very thin, it's only half a centimeter thick at our current measurements. The bluish material is polycarbonate, which is transparent and allows the user to see their hands while they're washing. There's another keyhole on the top right-hand side, which allows the glass part to be removed and allows for easy cleaning of the design. This means that combined with the cylindrical figure, the object can be easily maintained because there are no crevices and cracks with and around the faucet as well as under it. A cylinder is also very impact resistant, which allows for less denting, which is a common problem in steel. And it does not chip like porcelain does. So I'd like to outline our features and benefits. With high pressure and low volume water, we're allowed to clean hands faster while using less amount of water because of the quickness that it's reduced off the hands. By blasting water in line with the hand, it pushes the hand off the fingertips, which reduces where the water gathers and prevents it from gathering in different places, which allow water to adhere to your hands. So by adding an optimally placed water sensor, we are allowed to detect when the hands are in the right area in order to trigger the water. Modern faucets have problems such as a sensor being incorrectly configured or blocked, which means that when a hand is in the place where it's most comfortable, the sensor does not trigger. So the hand must be either too close to the faucet or too close to the basin. Our product, as it stands now, is comprised of 97% recycled materials. This includes the stainless steel and the polycarbonate, as well as the nozzles. This allows for us to be more eco-friendly while also reducing our footprint. The stainless steel has a nicer finish and does not lose color like porcelain does. It's not very adhesive, which allows materials to leave off of it and be cleaned very easily. As I said before, the cylindrical design is very impact resistant and it also occupies less space while it maximizes area in between it. And the multiple nozzles allow water to flow from more than one direction, which allows it to be cleaned more quickly than a traditional sink, which uses gravity.
My name is Carly Ross, and I will be explaining to you how our board structure will be working. So we have a non-corporate board structure. So first off, we have our chair of the board, Ms. Baird. She is representative of the people not on the board, the employees and the staff, and she also represents the board as a whole. Our next hierarchy is the CEO, which is the Chief Executive Officer. That's Mr. Garretts. He is responsible for maintaining the teamwork and cooperation of the board and making sure the company runs smoothly. Our next chief is the Chief of Operations, Mr. Parthasarthi, and he is responsible for the research, design, improvement, and development of our products and models. Our CIO, Mr. Peltier, is responsible for the technology of the company, whether that be implementing, designing, or researching, whether it be for products or whether it be for research. Our co-CFOs are Mr. Anderson and Ms. Barbaya. They are responsible for the accounting calculations and maintain the ins and outs in terms of finance within the company. Our co-directors of marketing, which is myself and Ms. Tran, are responsible for the research of marketing and implementing the best marketing strategy due to the system of our company. Our communications director, Ms. Liu, is responsible for the storage of the information as well as allowing the rest of the board members to be updated on information throughout the company and through everyday operations. The Director of Public Relations, Ms. Kim, is responsible for asking and answering any questions that consumers may have, catering to their needs, and overall customer service. Thank you.
So there's all of us. Okay, so the Rapids Faucet Company will begin their operations out of a home in Langley, BC, right next to Vancouver. Our starting market restaurants will be in Vancouver itself, and we will try to use our early savings to sell to the local restaurants in the area in hopes of getting our name out there and eventually selling to a higher market, like McDonald's.
So is there really a market for a product like ours? Well, according to our market research, there is. The restaurant industry, for instance, is a very strong one, because in BC, it continues to grow by 4.2% year after year. And on top of that, it's no surprise that 118,300 new employees were hired between 2000 and 2010. With those kind of statistics, it's no wonder that the GDP and employment rates are high for the restaurant industry in BC. With that, there are almost 7,000 restaurants in BC and almost 2,000 within Vancouver, which is our target city for when we start off. So with those kind of statistics, we know that we can really target Vancouver restaurant industry with our faucets, because as their employment rates grow, we know that there are more guests, and more guests means more faucets that they'll require.
So as for our primary research, we conducted a survey with 97 of our representatives that we potentially think are going to be the users of our product. So because we are a company that promotes and sells eco-friendly products, we wanted to highly value the thoughts and opinions of our potential consumers on environmental issues. So as you can see on our chart, we asked them to rank some of the environmental issues from extremely important and least important when it comes to considering a product. And as you can tell from our graph, we got really close results. But if you look closely, water conservation was an issue that they were more concerned about than any other. So as a company, we targeted this concern and created and developed Vertaus, a fast and efficient way of washing hands while saving a large amount of water.
So good evening. I'll be telling you about the competition that our company will face. So all companies that will sell faucets for commercial uses will be classified as indirect competition, and all companies that sell eco-friendly faucets for commercial uses will be classified as direct competition. And this is because the main property of our product is that it's eco-friendly, so all eco-friendly faucets would be a direct threat. And now to go on to our main competitors in this field are American Standard and Sloan, and these two companies currently have the largest market share. And now I'm going to talk about the advantages and disadvantages that we will have in this market compared to our competitors. The main advantage that our competitors have is that they've already established a market. So this raises the problem of brand loyalty. However, this problem can be easily tackled. Statistics show that only 25% of consumers are brand loyal, and that most purchase decisions are made based on customer service rather than brand. Another advantage that our competitors have is that they have more financial resources. And this is an obstacle that most new businesses face. But as our business progresses and develops, and as our market expands, this will no longer be an obstacle for us. An advantage that we have over our competitors is in our product. Our product is more environmentally friendly than their products. Our product is more efficient, we use less water, we use better materials, and in this aspect, we meet the customer's need better than our competitors do.
Good evening. I'm going to talk very briefly about the product and market segments for our company. So seeing as our company only has one model of faucet, the Wirthaus, we have no real market segmentation, seeing as we only have one product that we sell. However, market segmentation is a lot more interesting. So the majority of our sales will be directed at restaurants. In our early years of business, it'll be directed more at small businesses, like single location restaurants. However, as we establish ourselves as a company, then we'll begin to start to sell to larger chain restaurants and larger chain restaurants in general. So some of the more minor market segments that we'll have to cater to as well are public buildings such as schools, museums, galleries, and other institutional buildings that also have sinks in their public washrooms.
Good evening. I will be talking about our marketing strategies. So we will sell our product at a starting price of $1,800. This is similar to the average price of other sinks with faucets and hand washing stations included, a porcelain bowl. So our product has a high value because it uses stainless steel, which is recyclable, and it uses other recycled materials. As well, our design allows for less space to be used, less water and less material to be wasted, so we save time, we save money, and finally, we are more eco-friendly.
So our main means of promotion will be to start off by providing 5 free trials to 5 restaurants in Vancouver. In fact, we've actually already gotten the confirmation that 3 restaurants would be willing to be a part of those 3 trials, and those 3 restaurants are a part of Vancouver's top 20. One of them includes the Blue Water Cafe, which is actually this elegant restaurant right here. And it's incredible because we can use their trials not only to improve on our design based on their feedback, because we are focused on our customers, but we can also use it to say to other companies who we speak to that, hey, this product works, their guests enjoy it, and it's really effective. Furthermore, we're going to use direct marketing by going to these companies personally to speak to them, to give them a brochure, to create a company-customer bond. And that will also be more effective. It will be more cost-effective as well because direct marketing is very focused. Furthermore, we'll also have 5 magazine articles within the Restaurant Insider. That way it can also be targeted to restaurants, and we can also target restaurants in Vancouver. To create a stronger customer and clientele bond with our company, we'll have a social media presence with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the like, just so that if they have any comments, if they have any feedback, they can communicate with us and we can further help them.
So Rapids Faucet Company is not looking to obtain capital assets such as buildings or land. Instead, we would have a representative, that would be me, operating from a home office in Langley, British Columbia. We acknowledge the fact that we would need a license and also a zoning approval to operate a home business in that area. And by doing so and operating this way, we hope to minimize the cost as we will not have to spend extra for the equipments that are needed to start up a new company. And also, we decided to rent a storage in Vancouver that is strategically located close to the urban downtown area while being still accessible by our home office. And also for our distribution, we would have a designated vehicle that will drive out to the desired location distributing our product. Alternatively, we would hire a plumber and we would deliver our product to the plumber, and the plumber would go out to install our products for us.
So in terms of our employees, we will not be hiring outside personnel to bring into our internal company just yet. We will pay per diems for 2 of our owners who will be running our day-to-day operations for our business. And for other service that we will need, we will be contracting IT, accounting, and production.
Okay, so how do we protect our intellectual property? Well, in order to get a patent, every product has to meet 3 requirements. It has to be novel, it has to be useful, and it cannot be obvious. Well, our product is very novel. Nothing like it has ever been thought of or attempted before. And it's very different from the traditional faucets that have been used for decades now. Our product is also useful. It makes hand washing quick, efficient, it makes it eco-friendly. The materials that we use are efficient. We use less space. So in those terms, it is a very useful product. And it's also non-obvious. Many other faucet companies which have more resources than us have never thought of anything like it or anything similar to it, which shows that it's not a product that is easily conceivable or perceivable.
I'm going to touch very briefly on our production process at Rapids Faucet Inc. So most of our our research and development of the product will be done remotely, based in Richmond Hill, Ontario, where our COO, Mr. Parthasarthi, lives. And then he'll use the internet to transfer 3D CAD files over. We'll use the internet to transmit them over to Vancouver, where we will actually be manufacturing our products. So we'll order our sinks in batches from a contracted fabricator, and the fabricator that we've selected is Samuel Son & Co. Limited, which is a Canadian steel company that we feel can meet our needs and demands with production. And they have locations in Vancouver, and they will be in charge of manufacturing our products. So then we will send Miss Kim to pick up our orders from Samuel Son & Co. Limited, and she'll bring them to our storage facility where they will be further distributed by whatever methods.
All right, so my name is Matthew Gertz, as I have already been introduced, and I'm here to just touch on finances. We have a significant amount of startup and significant amount of startup costs, and when we looked into our personal finances, we determined that we would be able to provide about $45,000 in initial funding, and we would be able to obtain a loan. We contacted a bank to obtain a loan. We classify as a small business for having under $5 million in sales annually, and our loan is under their $250,000 cap. We are looking for a cost of about $140,000 within the first year. A lot of that will go into Canadian patents, starting into promotion, starting into Autodesk, getting accounting software so that we can do the bookkeeping, and also into prototyping, which is a major cost. Looking at our income statements, we have a substantial loss in year 1 due to those major investments, and considering that our sales are still slow. As we come into year 2, we project that our sales will ramp up, and we will be able to break even in that year and get a modest income. And going into year 3, we will see a dip in net income due to reinvestment of our income into prototyping for our Mark II. We believe that this strongly differentiates us from a lot of other innovative companies across the world. They stick with their idea and they run with it as long as we can. We have a firm commitment to R&D and to making our idea better and developing ourselves and developing our product. We are also looking to obtain a patent so that we can expand into the US in year 4. And that brings us to our break-even. As you can see, we have a large break-even year 1, which we do not meet. In year 2, we do, and with year 3, again, we do not meet our break-even. That brings us finally to some of our business objectives. In the short term, we would like to focus on Vancouver. We feel that having a focused market will help. Instead of having a larger market in a geographic area, will help us start as a launch pad and eventually move to throughout BC, throughout Canada, and by obtaining that patent to go into America. In the very short term, we wish to sell 80 units by the end of year 1. We believe this is realistic, and in doing so, we feel we will build up a reputation and popularize the business as more than just a novelty. In the long term, we hope to hit our break even in the middle of year 2. We hope to strike a deal with a large restaurant chain in the middle of year 4. We didn't project as far as that in terms of financial documents. We felt that that in itself was unreasonable, but we thought the qualitative measurements were possible to extend. We are hoping to expand into America, and we believe that it is realistic to expect a net owner's equity return of 400% by the end of year 5, as we have expanded our markets domestically and eventually internationally. I would now conclude in saying that we feel very strongly about our product. We believe it has the ability to impact the business world, to break ground in an industry where there has not been significant innovation such as we have had in a long time, and to impact the environment in a positive way. I now open the floor to any questions, and I thank you for your time.
First of all, I just want to say great job on the presentation, everyone. Very well done, well structured. The first thing I'm going to touch on is that several restaurants and chains are already using some sort of pre-existing motion sensing faucet system in their bathrooms already. They are already under the impression that these faucets are eco-friendly and have been told they reduce water waste. You as a potentially new company coming into the Vancouver area, how are you going to go around to these businesses and explain to them that their product is an inferior product? And how will you get them on board with the Veritas system?
The first thing I'd like to clear up is we would not like to go to our direct competition and call them inferior. We still think they're better than a conventional faucet. We just believe ours is better even than that. We chose Vancouver in particular because of its strong environmental affiliations. We have seen that BC has been very strong in environmental issues in recent times. One of the things that we would like to do we took into account into our sales forecast is that early on it's not going to be easy because we do not have a lot of information to back up our claims. That is why we're going forward with the trial, which will give us customer feedback. We believe that the experience will differentiate us as much as the water conservation. And furthermore, we believe that there is turnover every year and that we just need to edge ourselves into the turnover of faucets as they are replaced. Thank you. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did, definitely. I guess part 2 of that question is you mentioned a target goal of selling 80 units in your first year. Now, with the number of potential clients in the Vancouver area with its large population and many restaurants as compared to Thunder Bay, which we have very few, I imagine with the option of both men's and female bathrooms in restaurants, do you think 80 units is aiming a little too low? Do you think you could improve upon that goal? And are you just trying to possibly play it safe in the first year?
To play it safe, definitely. And the reason for that is that a lot of people try to go in with very high hopes for their product. And as I said, it's very hard to market that early. Essentially, our first year is eking ourselves into those free trials and off of that publicity, or maybe having people having those experiences, to eke ourselves into that turnover of normally replaced faucets. We think that we will not see widespread adoption until later on when we have that market presence. That's satisfactory.
Thank you. That clears up.
Thank you.
Did you look at the number of new restaurants in any market area as far as a target market, just new establishments wanting to look different?
Ms. Tran did look into that. One of the things that we looked at is that we talked about eking our way into that retrofit market. However, the same problem exists when you're building a new restaurant. You still need to have that publicity. You still need to have that public opinion that you do have a superior product. And that is why we are trying to generate that publicity in Vancouver so that you have a sort of a perception that is widespread throughout the community that leads to that confidence in our product.
Okay. Any estimate on water saving relative to the competition?
I believe when, I'm sorry.
Translating into cost saving for the restaurant owner?
I believe when we looked at it, and I believe we did the water estimate for a conventional faucet, and it came out to about 14%. But the fact still remains that the water flow from sensor faucets is still the same. It is still just releasing water in the same way. There are some products that inject air, but those have not been integrated with sensor faucets as well. Perhaps if those were both combined, they would come to the same range as our water savings.
My other just comment about waiting till year 4 to patent in the U.S., you'll probably be out of luck because you have about a 1-year window from.
We are starting our patent process in year 3. I apologize if I didn't make that clear.
Timing would be critical.
Very great presentation. It's difficult when technology doesn't work and your video doesn't go, so I want to say, point out the gentleman in the purple for, thinking on your feet there and working through that. So I see that it's working now. Do you want to take just a few quick seconds to walk us through it?
Could you replay it from the beginning, please? So here's our faucet on about the relative angle that it'll sit according to the wall. So we decided that it needs to have a good enough angle that the water will run off, but not enough that people with putting their hands in their sleeves will start falling down. The top of the handle, it's a cylindrical shape, and the bottom is triangular, so it allows water to flow in one area, and it doesn't allow it to gather around the basin. In the back, you see we have three holes, 1 for water waste, 2 for entrance, as the water will be mixed before it goes into the actual design, and we're going to go through testing to determine the appropriate temperature. The polycarbonate is transparent and allow the user to see it, and this is just a cross section to show the inside of how it works.
Great job, and great job doing the description without having the animation to assist you during the presentation.
Thank you.
Fantastic. My question is, what on the sensor faucets that are out there, what's the cost comparison per unit of yours versus the typical go-to in restaurants at this time?
Okay, so I looked at multiple faucets around 500. And the price for the faucet alone was around $819. And after adding in the sink and installation costs, it came around $2,000. So ours, including installation, is actually $1,800. So we're actually a little bit below the average faucet plus sink costs. Does that answer your question?
Great job, guys, first of all. My question is just about why just the guests of the restaurants? For example, Subway, how often do we see them washing their hands? If they can cut down the time that if their employees are spending washing their hands, it's savings for them, or construction or mechanics. Any thoughts to expand, or why?
So within restaurants, about 35% of the water wasted, part of it is actually accounted from water wasted in the faucets. So by increasing the efficiency of our faucet, by actually reducing the flow to 1.3 gallons per minute, which is actually way more efficient than the typical 1.5 gallons per minute that's considered efficient, we actually save these companies water, and thus we also save them resources and we save them money as well.
May I add as well? We very much appreciate your input. We had not even considered that market segmentation. It's rather embarrassing to admit. And I suppose the only thing we can say is that we'd certainly look into it, and when you pointed out, it instantaneously clicked that made a lot of sense, that the cutting down of time is certainly something that we should market to those segments that you described. Thank you.
Good job.
Good job.
And last, but certainly not least, we have GreenQuo, who aims to take small steps to bring about natural environmental change. GreenQuo wishes to promote positive change by educating the Canadian population on environmental issues and encouraging daily actions to solve them through their mobile application, EqualTrack.
Hi, my name is Nicole Zhao, and I'm the president of GreenQuo. And this is Mr. Satai, Mr. Su, Mr. Pan, Ms. Sun, Ms. Fiorante, Ms. Gupta, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Browning, Mr. Mali, and Mr. Lee. So, allow me to tell you a little bit about our company and our product. GreenQuo is a community made with people with a passion for innovation. Through our teamwork, we have formed connections, created an idea, a product. Through our product, we aim to solve this problem of living large with a small footprint. Looking at our title, GreenQuo. Green refers to living with a small environmental footprint, while Quo refers to maintaining a status quo, which fits into this year's theme, with living large with a small environmental footprint. Now, our mission statement. GreenQuo aims to take small steps to bring about national environmental change. We aim to promote positive change in Canada by encouraging and educating users on environmental issues and daily actions they can take in order to solve them. We provide incentives while doing so. So our company wants to do this by encouraging to take small steps rather than big steps. So allow me to show you the problem as we see it. So we've realized that Canadians live large, especially with technology. We are living in a technology era. So we've also realized that people are reluctant to change the way that they live in order to benefit the environment. So we've recognized that we must aim to ensure that people are educated and they have the incentive to change the environment for the better. So we've created a product called EqualTrack. So EqualTrack is a mobile application that tracks your daily means of travel, and if you're using an efficient way of travel, for example, walking or taking public transit, then it will provide you with rewards such as coupons or discounts to stores. Now, EqualTrack, the motivation for EqualTrack is that it can be convenient to use cars, but it creates a large ecological footprint. So we've used an accessible medium with a reasonable cost. So even though some products can create immediate change, but impactful change happens over a long period of time. So we've used an accessible medium at a reasonable cost to solve a large problem. The problem that we've chosen to tackle is the use of the dependence on transportation. So the use of cars and light trucks cause more environmental damage than any other single consumer spending category. So we've chosen to tackle a large problem with not a very complicated method. The app is accessible at a very reasonable cost, and it does not require mass manufacturing. So EqualTrack will sustain even as trends in society changes because it tackles mindsets as opposed to immediate actions. That means that these ideas and habits will be passed down through generations, allowing the environment to continually become more sustainable. Thank you. I now pass the floor to Mr. Lee with market analysis.
Thank you. So for primary market, we aim our target age between 15 to 34. The reason being is because 15 years old is the average age of Canadian where they enter high school. And when they enter high school, they're introduced to new methods of transportation, such as walking, biking, or transit, rather than getting a drive from their parents. Now, why this is significant and important is because when we introduce this early in their lifestyle, we can help them, we can introduce a new lifestyle towards them, where in the future, they'll have a less dependency on cars. Now, the ages between 20 to 34 is also significant because that's the average age where people are usually finishing school. They may be getting their first job, or they may be purchasing their first vehicle. Now, as starting jobs are, it's really heavy financially towards them. And for starting jobs offer really low salaries. At the same time, cars cost a lot of money. So our product can help these individuals by having some financial support towards to help them have a living large lifestyle to support and help sustain themselves. At the same time, give a better reason for them why they shouldn't use cars. And now, we also want to market our target location to residents of cities. So on the next slide, you'll see in these cities. On our first year, we're marketing to Toronto and Vancouver. Now in Toronto and Vancouver, by using Statistics Canada, we estimate a population of both these cities. And the next slide is the estimated population, which have smartphones aged between 15 and 34. And now, our ideal market was reasonable at 5% of the estimated population of the smartphones. So we multiplied by 5%, and that is our market goal for our first year. So next is our secondary markets, and for our secondary markets, we aimed it towards business partnerships. Now, the reason being is because with our business and how we operate, our product can help our partner businesses gain in customer base, and the same they can do back for us. The reason being is because our customers and our users of our app, our product EcoTrack, they can earn discounts, incentives, and bonuses towards these stores, and they'll use it towards these stores, and it'll increase their business. At the same time, users already of these stores will think it's better to get a discount, so they'll also use our app. In result, we're helping each other. And also, our product EcoTrack can be used as an advertising platform because it was planned to be used often and used by many people, as it should be. So logically, it will be seen often and seen by many, as it is a high traffic advertising zone. So right here is the contacts of the potential partners we had made direct contact with, and some of them have responded. And so next up, I'd like to introduce Mr. Molly, who will explain product and features. Thank you.
Okay, so product features. This is a screenshot of our app. I'll be starting with the first feature being the transit tracker, which will determine where and the method of the transportation of the current user. Our second feature is the quiz, as you can see there. The quiz will test the user's knowledge on current environmental aspects. Every question they get right will give them points or credits. Additionally, we have daily goals and long-term goals set out. Daily goals are used to encourage the user to maintain reducing their environmental footprint. We also have social media, so on the bottom of the screen there you can see we're going to be linking it to Twitter, Google+, and Facebook in order to get our app, advertise our app more, as well as the user can start posting their achievements onto these pages. Next, we have an environmental calculator, an eco-footprint calculator, shown by the calculator option right above the settings, which will inform the user of how many earths we would need in order to sustain if everyone had the same lifestyle as a user. Lastly, we have a fact of the day. The fact of the day is used to just inform the user of current issues in our world. Next, we'll be talking about technical specifications. So you might be wondering how we're going to be tracking these users. So we'll be using a hybrid positioning system, which combines GPS and Wi-Fi in order to pinpoint their location. We'll be using the displacement of the user from point A to point B in order to calculate what method of transportation they're using, whether it be biking, walking, taking the car, public transit, so on and so forth. In the case of public transit, what we've done is we've realized since cars and transit run on the same roads, we'll be overlaying the maps of the public transit, since they all have GPSs built within them, and the current location of the user. If they overlay, we know that the user must be on the transit. And I'd like to pass the floor to Miss Browning, who will be talking about the credit system.
So the basis of our app is that consumers are rewarded for their good ecological behavior with credits. So it's very important for us to have a well-defined system to measure this. So what we've devised is a system similar to how you would calculate your compound interest. So for walking, the principal value would be 250 credits, which is compounded at a rate of 6.2% for every kilometer that the consumer travels. The other equations are quite similar to this, with the difference being in the principal value. For biking, it would be 60 credits, and for using public transportation, it would be 20 credits, as it is not completely free of emissions. Additionally, 100 credits will be added to the user's account for every kilometer they travel. And in our system, 1,000 credits are equal to $1 Canadian worth of discounts. This table just shows some of the values, so you can see that for 4 kilometers of walking, the consumer would receive 596 credits, which is equivalent to 59.6 cents. And for 4 kilometers of taking public transportation, the consumer would receive 320 credits, or 32 cents. In our industry, it's very important that consumers' needs are met. So some of our consumers' needs are that the app is easy to use and understand with a friendly interface, and that we can adapt to the changes in our industry, such as legislation, technology, and new software. We'll also need to continuously add new partnerships so that consumers feel that they're getting what they deserve. I would now like to pass the floor to Ms. Johnston, who will be discussing our SWOT analysis.
Greenco as a company has many strengths, but the first and most important is our board of directors. It is composed of passionate individuals dedicated to the success of our company as well as environmental sustainability. As well, we believe that with our business plan, we will be able to increase profits of our partners, which would in turn, by increasing their business, we would in turn increase our profits. However, as with any other company, we also face our weaknesses. One of the main ones we see is the privacy of our users. This application will track where you are going in a city. So to address this, we have released a privacy policy which has been made available to the users. As well, there are issues with slow startup periods with applications. It's often common that applications take a while to get going and become popular. So we have done extensive research into marketing strategies. Through the positioning of our company, we have also identified ways in which we can take advantage of our opportunities. The first of which is the green movement. Currently, consumers are often concerned about their environmental impact. Through this is where we can come in and offer ways we can help to promote environmentalism. Also, it is often co-brand loyalty. A lot of consumers really like when they can relate to 2 different businesses. But there are also some threats we face. The first of which are large companies that have previously established co-brand loyalties, so it can be very difficult to break into this market. As well, there are some software development companies that have the ability to invest very large amounts of capital to the production and as well as the marketing of their applications. I'd now like to turn things over to Ms. Gupta for our promotional strategies.
Thank you.
An innovative product can't go anywhere unless there's effective promotion. As Director of Marketing, I've conducted thorough research and I've developed the best methods of advertisement for EcoTrack. Our target market is comprised of 15 to 34-year-old Canadians that use smartphones. This generation is the one using the internet the most. When it comes to this generation, they're the ones who find the most amount of entertainment from social media, online sources, and technology in general. And as they get older into the higher range, they use it to manage business and work affairs. That's why Greenco has decided to make the majority of our promotion technological based. For example, we have established a Facebook and Twitter page. On this page, the marketing department will update it daily about our product and our company, and will involve the customers as well. For example, if they like a post or if they retweet a tweet, they will earn some credits. Not too many, but enough to give incentive to do it and give us even more promotion. We will also be running a website, which will be further mentioned in the presentation later. We also have a promotional video in production. Now this video will be used to get the customers intrigued about the product. It will get them to spark their interest, and if they are interested, they can go check it out for themselves. Now in terms of non-technologically based advertisements, we look into public transit, so bus benches and in-transit ads. We feel that these stressed out bus takers deserve to see something pleasant associated with our company. We figured these people taking public transit are the best people to advertise to. They deserve reward for what they are doing. We also plan to have focus groups as well to receive feedback and so that they can spread the word as well. In the future, we plan to expand our promotion to Montreal and Ottawa in the 2nd year and Edmonton and Calgary in the 3rd year. We also plan to have different types of advertisements, such as billboard ads. All in all, Green Quo believes that our promotional strategies will guarantee our company's success. Now I'd like to pass it over to Ms. Violante.
So our website has 3 main pages, the first being the homepage, where you can get updates about our company and what's going on in the Green Quo community. The next is about the app, where you can learn all about EcoTrack and what it does. And the company page, where users can learn all about our company and what they do. Or, sorry, what we do. We also have a frequently asked questions page and contact information. Throughout the website, you will find buttons that say buy now for customer convenience if you're looking to purchase the app. We also have, in terms of distribution, we plan to get the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store to sell our app. And should Apple choose to sell our app, this is most likely what the sales page will look like. I'd now like to turn things over to Ms. Sun with cost analysis.
In order to produce our product and make it available to consumers, there are various costs. So first of all, the startup cost for our company. There is a legal fee which will cover expenses when applying for trademarks or shareholder agreements. There's a registration fee when registering with IP offices or recognition in the industry. We'll also be setting aside fees for lawyers in case we need to hire them to accomplish these tasks. There's the developmental fee, which is we'll be hiring a programmer to develop our app. We'll also be setting aside $2,000 in order for beta and alpha testing. In order to publish our app, the Apple Store requires a startup fee of $99. For Google Play, there's a one-time fee of $25. Since our app is virtual and we have to access it through technology, we'll be setting aside $2,000 for the purchase of laptop and other softwares. For fixed costs, there will be marketing fees, such as Facebook and Google ads and other examples as shown on the screen. We'll be setting aside $100 per month in order for business supplies. As I mentioned before, Google App Store requires a fixed annual fee of $99 in order to continue the publishing of our app. For variable costs, there is the distribution fee. Apple and Google Play both require 30% of the revenue generated through apps. Since our app is priced at 99 cents, this means the distribution fee for 1 unit is 30 cents. Lastly, our wages are dependent on the profit that we make. It will be 10% of the revenue. I'll pass it on to Mr. Pan for finance.
So, Green Quo's initial capital will be funded through an initial investment of $5,000 from each of our 11 board of directors for a total of $55,000. We have also began a Kickstarter campaign. It's a crowdsourcing online campaign with a goal of $5,000. We will also be using various government grants and business incubators to generate another $10,000 in initial capital. EcoTrack is unique because of its different revenue streams. Firstly, there is the app sales revenue stream, which charges 99 cents per download from the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store. Secondly, there's the in-app advertising revenue, which shows ads throughout the EcoTrack app. These advertisements provide approximately $1.20 per 1,000 ad impressions. And thirdly, we have our sponsors, which provide us with the incentives that we would pass on to our consumers. By supporting EcoTrack, they can support their own. We can support our own users to commit to these eco-friendly actions. And here we have a quick analysis of our 3-year income statement. As you can see, due to our high marketing and development costs, in the first year, we would have a net loss of approximately $14,000. However, in years 2 and 3, we can see that because of the increase in in-app revenue, as well as the downloads and spreading to new cities, our profit moves up to approximately $53,000 and $86,000, respectively. And here we have our balance sheets for years 1, 2, and 3. As you can see under the owner's equity section, our initial after year 1 owner's equity is approximately 40,000, while due to the increase in revenue and our assets, that moves up to approximately 84,000 in the second year and 137,000 in the third year. And now I'd like to pass it to Mr. Su with break even.
All right, so as Mr. Pan has said, a majority of our revenue comes from in-app advertisements. These advertisements are effective in the way that as we expand our consumer base, we also expand our revenue. And our revenue can be put to new means in order to update our app or improve customer experience. So as you can see in the graph to your left, it's a month-by-month comparison of revenue versus expenses. So within the first 12 months, you see that expenses are greater than revenue costs, and that is simply because the startup costs are really high for an app business. However, as this business continues, we will increase our profits. On the graph to your right, you'll see I have made a graph accumulating the total costs of all the expenses and revenues, with the orange line being the revenue and the blue line being the expenses. So by the end, you see that the revenues are finally greater than the expenses, and that's simply because we have by the 21st month, we will have covered all our startup costs and the expenses thus far, as well as have made a profit. So now I'd like to turn the stage over to Mr. Satay for the competitor analysis.
So every single product that's put on the market has a competition. The team at Greenco has spent a significant amount of time analyzing this competition. As we are in this app business, we have to look at the various different diverse applications that already exist. So Green Tips and Tricks is an application which gives information to the users as to how they could improve their ecological footprint. The issue with this application is that every section of advice costs 99 cents for the user to unlock, whereas for EcoTrack, all our content is free after the initial purchase. When it comes to public transit, Transit Times Vancouver is an application which provides users with the times of buses and trains. This application heavily requires internet connection in order to work, whereas for our product, we do not need internet for our product to work, and the application automatically tracks what kind of transportation the user is using and where they're going to. For environmental education, EcoQuiz is an application which tests the user on their knowledge of applications. Our application also has a quiz feature, however, is much more diverse. The user is allowed to post the results on social media so that their friends can see how they are doing, and also they can earn credits all while learning more about the environment. So when it comes to tracking movement and distance, Runtastic Pro GPS uses the same GPS tracking system as our application and is used mainly for fitness reasons. However, the main difference between our app and this application is that this application costs significantly more, $4 more to download this application at first, and so essentially we have a financial advantage here since we are giving a similar service. When it comes to loyalty in transportation, of course, there's Air Miles and Aeroplan, which are undefeated in this sector. However, here at Greenco, we believe that as our product grows and as more consumers begin using our product, we'll be able to grow a similar transportation loyalty, and we'll have a consumer base to depend on. And I'd like to pass it back to Mr. Pan for conclusion.
So, in conclusion, Greenco is a company that encourages change, not forces it. We want to have citizens take small steps in creating a lasting impact instead of taking a quick fix to a much bigger problem. Greenco's EcoTrack app can be spread across Canada and even internationally across many different regions. And lastly, GreenQuo's EcoTrack app is focused on changing a mindset to create a lasting impact, not just one that will be end really quickly. And that's why we believe that GreenQuo's EcoTrack app is the best at creating a sustainable eco footprint while allowing Canadians to live large. Thank you.
Will you have a system just based on this? I can imagine there might be a couple complaints on, oh, 1 week this app missed all of my activities for this. Is that something that it's just used at your own? If there's any errors and they're tough out of luck, or are you going to be trying to handle anything because there's no really way to validate it?
We'll be keeping a programmer handy for about another 2 years after we finish building the product to make sure that any bugs that we do find or any of the products that our customers do find are fixed on time or fixed within the next few updates that come out with the app. Did I answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Addition? So in addition, as we start up, right now we already generate a website and a Facebook page for them to directly contact us. As we generate more revenue, we'll have more employees, and we can make a database so we can tell when these devices are turned on, and we can track them down. But as a start, it's really hard for a company to start with all these assets and equipment for them to go right into the business. So for now, as a customer service, we believe in the customer, and we will do what it takes to get down to the bottom of it. And through customer satisfaction, they can directly contact us through Facebook, Twitter, and our website. Thank you.
Very good job. Very good presentation overall. My question is around the issuing of the credits. So if I'm one of the stores like the body shop that you've got online, is there a limit to the number of credits that an individual can redeem at my store? And what stops an individual from putting their smartphone on if they're a taxi driver, or how do you differentiate between driving a taxi versus riding a bus?
I think I can answer the first part of your question. So we would partner with the companies, and we would set up with them through negotiation what they wanted to offer for their coupons. So if they only wanted to offer a coupon that was up to $5, we would allow that to happen so that the user would redeem that with 5,000 credits. So, and I think maybe Mr. Molly can answer the second part of your question.
So to answer your second part of the question, most TDC maps, sorry, not TDC, public transport maps are available on the internet. We can keep track of exactly where the TDC is moving. If it follows a certain path, we know it's a TDC. Taxis have, they can go anywhere they want. They can take right turns, left turns. Public transports always stay on the same path. Thank you.
Okay, just a comment is I don't know why I'm a biker. I don't know why I'm getting less credits than a walker on this app, so a little complaint there. You don't have to answer that one necessarily. And I wanted to congratulate you that you actually reached out to possible partners to try to get some feedback in a very short period of time. That's great to see. I love to see that outreach to the market. And my question is a promotional, did you talk about a promotional activity with an environmental nonprofit or somebody else who would help push that, resonates with a certain market and helps push your app out and to sort of overcome that lag in getting to critical mass with your app?
Currently, I've been in contact with my friends. They were part of an environmental club while in high school, and currently they are studying environmental science in university. They are part of many environmental programs, and I've been trying to set up a time where we could potentially discuss the idea of the app and maybe if they would help support us.
Yeah, like connecting yourself to the
Yes. We've tried contacting him too.
Their website or something to really create awareness.
Yep.
I'd just like to add, we actually did reach out to David Suzuki. We faxed him a letter and we emailed him. We reached out to his secretary, but we didn't get a response. But we were aware that David Suzuki is based in Vancouver, where it's one of our key target locations. As well, as you're a biker, so you love biking, correct? Mm-hmm. So we took note of all the big biking events that happen in these two cities and how they've been working towards these bikes. So, for example, a big biking event in, especially on Ontario, the Highway 401 biking rally. So we can go there and we can advertise by like pitching like our own section, and we can help advertise and tell these bikers if they complete it, they can get certain credits, and that's a good way to promote, because every year annually, many people from around the whole Canada come. Even in the States, come up just to participate in the Highway of Heroes Bike Challenge.
And just to settle your call about biking, so when we calculated the points given, we were calculating it based on how fast they're moving. So a walker is obviously going to be a lot slower than a biker. So in the time it takes a walker to do 4 kilometers, a biker could easily do far more than that. So that's why they're receiving less credits, not because we have something against bikers.
All right, well, great job, everyone, and that was a well-structured presentation. I would just like to discuss the business plan a bit more in detail, and the part I'd like to talk about is the target market. You mentioned your app would not be as appealing or applicable to those over 35. However, I can attest to those in this age bracket often continuing to lead very busy daily lives similar to those of their younger counterparts, whether that be work, family, driving to various functions, driving children around, increasing their household. That results in greater transportation use. Is there any way to make this app more applicable or appealing to older users who could account for a possible large missed opportunity in your target market?
So we have done some video conferences with older customers, which directly one-on-one, and this problem did arise multiple times. So to start off, we decided to use small incentives, but as we build on, older customers might prefer vacations. However, because they're busy with their daily lives, it'll take them longer because they can't always walk. But maybe after dinner, they might take like a night stroll, right? Correct? So by having a long-term goal such as a vacation, they can earn these long-time credits like after a long time of investment. And because they're really busy throughout their lives, but however, with these small times they pitch in here and there, eventually they'll reach their goal. So that's how we plan to reach out to our customers for full satisfaction. Thank you.
You may also want to look at tying some health benefits. As an older customer myself, I think you get more and more concerned or relate more and more to what the health benefits of walking or biking might be. So you could maybe tie that into your app as you develop it for that marketplace. Could be another motivator.
Perhaps tying it into the social media aspect, Twitter, Facebook, maybe posting about the health benefits of walking on Twitter. Other than that, great job, guys.
Yeah, excellent.
We would just like to thank you for your time on behalf of Green Quill.
Good job.